Tonight on the Black Channel, we'll be reviewing the lessons from the life of Reverend Jesse Jackson. For those of you who are not aware, Jesse Jackson died. He was 84 years old. He was born in 1941. He was a witness to some of the most momentous events in the 20th century. He took part in promoting them and forwarding them. I mean, he didn't just watch them. He actually made some history of his own. What I want to say here is that in the internet age, this is not going to be what you all might necessarily think here. In the internet age, everything is about being shocking and being inflammatory, because that's the resort of the weak and the unintelligent. They want attention for themselves, and that's not the kind of thing that you look for there. It is very easy to be disrespectful in those regards. I did not hate Jesse Jackson. I didn't revile Jesse Jackson. I was very critical of Jesse Jackson. But I want to take an evening tonight to put that in its proper context. I want to take a moment to put that in its proper context, because Jesse Jackson was there at the beginning of these things. Jesse Jackson was there in the middle of it. There were a whole bunch of folks who weren't even there. There were a whole bunch of folks who were not even there. I want to show you a picture. Here because I think this says a lot. I think this picture here says a lot. This is Jesse Jackson with Dr. King just moments before Dr. King was assassinated. Moments before that. I want folks to be very, very clear here. By the way, please, I think that you would be well advised to curb your enthusiasm and tuck your cynicism. There's some bigger points for us to make here, and this is a moment for you to exercise some maturity, because you can't talk if you can't lead. Especially where the men are concerned. This is not the time to be gossipy Jen. It's time to be something else here. Want you to understand something here. Do you realize that bullet could have hit Jesse? Do you realize that bullet could have hit him? Do you think he doesn't think about that? That bullet could have hit him. That bullet could have ricocheted and hit any of them. You see, a lot of folk talk about these things for places they've never been. They sit on the internet and watch from their cell phones. Little weird, awkward individuals. They haven't been front line of anything in their lives. They have not been front line of anything in their lives. You have to earn the right to speak negatively of a Jesse Jackson or a Coleman Young or an Al Sharpton. You see, anybody can take their little illegitimate mama's boy in a comment section and sit up here and talk nonsense about Jesse Jackson. You have to earn the right to do that. Folk in here who can't count 2 plus 2 and want to be the cheerleaders about what Jesse Jackson did or did not do, sit down, fall back. You see, I know what it's like to be in these situations. I know what it's like to be in these situations. I know what it is like to be in places where the white supremacists are out there, folks are shooting, people are getting run down. I know what that's like. I've been there. I went to Charlottesville. I went to Noonan, Georgia. I went to Unite the Right too. I've been to other places. I know what it's like to be in places where, man, look here, you in the zone of death. Anything and everything can happen. Do you all understand that, especially in groups of people, assassins look for that, killers look for that, governments look for that, because that's confusion. That's confusing to people. They love confusion because that's how you kill folk. You can talk negative about Jesse Jackson when you've been front line. You can talk negative about Jesse Jackson when you've been front line. The internet has cultivated individuals who sit back being armchair quarterbacks and spectators and whatnot. You got to earn the right to speak negatively of a Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. You sat up here and watched some conspiracy theory videos or some YouTube videos, and all of a sudden you're an expert on who and what Dr. King was, and he wasn't real, and he was this, that, and he was a government agent. You can't give us any information about the government agents today. Sit down. Do a genealogy test. Try to figure out who your father is. Speak on something you know. And I meant that. You have to earn the right to speak down on a Louis Farrakhan. You have to earn that. When you have equaled or surpassed what that man has done, now you can talk greasy about him. You've accomplished the worldwide, incredibly historic accomplishment of purchasing an iPhone 16. And now you will tap away on your keyboard and regale people with the genius that is you. Your biggest accomplishment in life is getting your credit score to 550. And all of a sudden you have something to say about your betters. What Jesse Jackson did was not easy. I've said this to you all now going on decades here. When a black man got something in America, he earned it. When a black man has something in America, he earned that. If he's a CEO, if he is a lawyer, if he is a dope dealer, if he is a pimp, he had to earn it. I did not agree with a lot of things about John Lewis, Elijah Cummings. I can go down the list. Jimbo Jangles, Clyburn. I have very pointed criticisms about all of them. I have never said that they were lazy and did not earn what they had. By the way, that even goes for the coons. What? Folks, even the coons got to earn it. They don't get given anything. Let's be very, very clear. They should be 10 times bigger and richer and more famous than they are because they working 10 times harder than their white supremacist counterparts. They're working harder than that. That's important. So if you see a black man who is standing somewhere, got something, he earned that. Nobody gave that to him. I don't disrespect these people. My issue with the civil rights generation is that they have missed opportunities. That was it. My issue with the civil rights generation is missed opportunities. I'm talking about conscious things after the fact. But somebody's slick at the mouth bastard baby or bastard trash talking single mom wants to sit up here and say something negative about their betters and their superiors. Let's be clear. You ain't gonna die doing a fifth in your life of what Jesse Jackson did, except you just sitting there talking negative about it. You see, I remember as a child watching this man run for president. I remember as a child as the media had to change their vocabulary and change what they were saying, because contrary to popular belief, for a while there, it looked like Jesse was going to get that. The national conversation changed. We don't always get the messenger that we wanted. Sometimes we just get the messenger that we need. And we would always like to make bigger steps than we have. We always would like to see more. Okay, but if you got the formula, why are you not the one executing it? If you're so smart and you're so capable, why are you not up there executing it? You see, what's happened here is that you have a lot of individuals pretending that they know things. They're pretending that they know things. And that's going to be problematic. A lot of folk have their opinions about things and positing those as reality. They were out there killing folk. You were not there. They were out there murdering people. America's apartheid government was not playing. They unleashed the dogs. They were murdering you anywhere and everywhere. They were getting them any way that they could get them, and the FBI and the CIA were in on it. I simply cannot listen to somebody's ridiculous fourth grade dropout male child or some ridiculous chick with fake fingernails and phony hair trying to tell me about what Jesse Jackson and them should have done, when I'm looking at you and you're hardly a profile in either courage or accomplishment. They were killing people all over the place. In the South, in the West, in the East, in New York, in the Midwest. They were killing you wherever they could. Why do you think we just lost Assata Shakur? They ran him out the country. Kwame Ture, they ran him out the country. You had the full apparatus of the federal government doing that. There's no way in the world that you're going to sit here and talk about that today. You don't know what that's like. You have no idea what it is like when the federal government starts leaning on you and letting you know, by the way, we got access to your personal life. I know what it's like. I don't get on airplanes anymore because I got tired of TSA yanking me out of line. And the last time I went through TSA, I had folk with me and they yanked them out of line and told them, the machine is telling us that you might have bomb materials on you. You don't know what that's like. No, you might have a fluke. No, I'm talking about this is your fourth or fifth time of that kind of thing happening. I just stopped going to airports. I didn't want other people with me. Last time I had to get a passport, I've told y'all about that. It took me over 6 months to get it. And they told me that I needed to give them a bunch of other information, a bunch of other documents. Yeah, because they don't have them. I was raised by parents who this is what they grew up under. And they taught me to deal with the world and the society the same damn way. You don't lay out your life in front of them for them to get a bunch of information, because they can use that. They making files on everybody. That just sounded like crazy conspiratorial talk back in the 90s. But if you lived through this in the 60s, you know, hey, that's real. It's only now today. Because remember, it took Daniel Ellsberg and the COINTELPRO papers. Well, you had to go steal the information to find out that, I'll be damned, J. Edgar Hoover and the government, they were watching the Panthers from day one. They were watching them from day one. They were watching them in that hardware store. They were watching them from the start. That's an issue. I know what that's like to do that. Y'all know that. So for those of us who've actually had to be there and to see that, all kinds of crazy things happening. You can't get anything done on a regular basis. You can't get any of that. These people had to live in that environment. You got the ability to go to any store you want to today. The reason they were at the Lorraine Hotel was because, yeah, they were in the American apartheid system. You couldn't go up to the Holiday Inn and get nothing but a bullet in your damn back. Very easy for you to sit here and talk about something you have no idea about, no experience in, don't know anything of. Yeah, you ain't got no room to speak, so you have to earn the right to criticize them. You have to earn that. You have to earn that. In this day and era right here, I want you to understand something here. A lot of you, like I say, your mama needed to get off that street corner and come home and teach you how to read and write, because you do not take your information about these people from the white media. Here in the new black media, we have never subscribed to the Dr. King was cheating on Coretta Scott King line, because we came up with a very simple explanation. Hey, wait a minute. J. Edgar Hoover was dropping the dime on every damn body. If he had proof that Dr. King was cheating on Coretta Scott King, he would have released it. And oh yeah, Trump is in office and ain't nobody got nothing to show you. Because they found out that, you know what, there's enough empty lunkheads out there. You just tell a lie and they'll just go ahead and spread it and run with it. They won't even ask if it's true. And what it exposes is that you want them to believe it is. That smokes out the people who want to believe it. You want to believe there's dirt. You want to believe there's something negative. You came for gossip. And when them folks speak, well, they might be, they implied it. Did they ever show you any proof? Man, you know them people gossip. That's not what I asked you. Did they ever show you any proof? These people started smear campaigns on everybody, folks. That was their job. They started smear campaigns on everyone. And then got you not demanding that they prove that what they're saying is true. They proved it against Elijah Muhammad. No disrespect. The New York Times. Malcolm X found out from the white media. Yeah, if they actually got proof, it's not going to be rumor and innuendo. They going to give you names, addresses, dates. Remember, it was the New York Times that put out about Elijah Muhammad. If they actually had the information on you, they would just put it out. They wasn't sparing no blows on nobody back then. They were killing black folk in the damn streets. If they actually had that information on Dr. King, well wait a minute now, Jason, they're going to hold it back on Dr. King, though. They were arresting the man every other week. Hold it back for what? When did they ever hold back anything? Well, I mean, they were taking it easy on Dr. King. For people lacking critical thinking skills here, or should I say just a brain. And that's going to be the caliber of individual who's going to claim that they have mastered about Dr. King and Jesse Jackson and all the others. They've mastered that. Listen to me. In front of my Commodore 64. I have my criticisms of Jesse Jackson as I do my criticisms of a number of other people out there. But in this moment, this is about who we are as a people. This is about who we are as a people. And to those who have failed to evolve or failed to mature, that's the thing for us to take a look at. I do not take my cues from the white media. I don't take it from the white establishment. I go and check everything. Let me check that out. Let me question that. Where's your documentation? Where's your hard evidence? You are liars by nature. You will have to convince me that what you're saying is true. And if you have anything negative to say about Jesse Jackson, first of all, you have to qualify to say it. Second of all, you have to prove that's true. And the truth of the matter is that most of the folks there in the comments section, they don't really have any standing to speak. They don't have any real standing to speak. My criticism of Jesse Jackson is not from the civil rights era. That was not my criticism. You're talking about young men in their 20s and 30s. My criticism of Jesse Jackson is not from the civil rights era. My criticism comes later. My criticism is political. I have political criticisms. Nobody nominated him. Nobody elected him. Jesse Jackson decided that, like a lot of other people there, that he was going to try to move into the system from the inside out. Dr. King, Malcolm X, all of our folk before then, they were working on the system from the outside in. Jesse Jackson, after those experiences there, remember, he watched all of them get killed. After those experiences, he pivoted to see if he could change things from the inside out. And there were a lot of folk who went that route. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Jesse Jackson did some good. Jesse Jackson did some good. Jesse Jackson did that. And I think that's important. Jesse Jackson represented his people. Jesse Jackson was not afraid to speak up for black folks' interests. Jesse Jackson was not afraid to do that. They wouldn't have talked about him so damn negative if he was. Let's be clear about that. The media did not talk about him negatively because he wasn't doing it. If Jesse Jackson was suitable for Fox News would have nothing but glowing things to say about that man. But they didn't. Their issue was not that Jesse Jackson was a Democrat. That's not the problem that Fox News had or has with Jesse Jackson. The issue is not that you're a Democrat. Maybe he did not address these things in the manner in which we would have preferred. Maybe he did not address these things in the manner in which I would have liked. Maybe there were missed opportunities in there. I've spoke on those things and I will speak on those things, but as far as respecting that man's life, I have to take that on the whole and take that on the balance. I want to also say something else here. You got to understand that there's a whole lot of jive time idiots in this regard. Some of you are white supremacists in drag. What? Some of you are white supremacists in drag. You see, that's what happens when the juvenile delinquents start talking here when they have an opportunity to speak. We're not supposed to be doing that. These folks here, when their people die, no matter where it is on the damn spectrum, they don't sit up here, especially when they're older, they don't sit up here and talk greasy like that. We cannot listen to the crackheads or their children in this regard. They don't talk about their folk like that. They don't get together and do that. We have woefully few individuals who got anything they can hang their hats on. We don't seize upon opportunities to play the class clown. We don't seize on that. Everything is not for your entertainment. Especially when we consider the fact that if I ask you about your works and what you've gotten done or accomplished to be able to qualified to say that, there's not going to be very much you can say. As I said here before, you have to earn the right to do that. You just having an opinion, that doesn't mean anything. You have to earn the right to do that. I cannot sit here and watch and be around folks who witnessed and saw what occurred. They were frontline witnesses, frontline participants. Anything could have happened. There's no way in the world is somebody sitting around 50 or 60 years later is going to tell us that we need to listen to you. See, a lot of you have been conditioned to think that you got a cell phone in your hands and you can watch Cardi B videos and thus your opinion matters. You're coming along 60 years later. Who are you to speak on that? You can talk about what you've seen today. You don't really have a leg to stand on to speak on this. I got folk out here right now. I respect the folks who are in the streets. I respect that. And I respect that about Jesse Jackson. Let's be very, very clear. Let me hang on to that for just a few moments here. I was going to say something, but let me hang on to that for just a few moments. Let me just go ahead and hang on that because folks here want to talk about what people did here. They want to talk about what people did. And in reality, what you think you're going to do, you actually have the audacity to think that you are going to tear down a Jesse Jackson. You can't tear down a Jesse Jackson unless you're bigger than him. I would not allow a Charlie Kirk to sit up here and speak negatively of a Jesse Jackson. I would not allow a Sean Hannity or a Bill O'Reilly to sit in my presence and speak negatively of a Reverend Al Sharpton. Who the hell would Bill O'Reilly be to speak negatively of Al Sharpton? Al Sharpton was frontline, like it or hate it. He might not be your cup of tea. He might have been a little too flamboyant or a little bit too ostentatious. Reverend Al's been frontline. You take a look at the people who don't like them. You take a look at the folk who hate them. And then you find out what it is. Here, race hustlers. So calling out white supremacy as being a race hustler. They say it to this day. They say it to this day, people, in case you didn't notice. Whenever you call out white supremacy. Whenever you call it out. That means something. We have to be cognizant there that they need to earn the right to do that. And I would not be in those people's presence and let them just speak any old kind of way. Reverend Al is marched. Reverend Al is protest. Reverend Al's been on national TV. He, for better or worse, for right or wrong, understand something. They're dealing with very meager resources. When you have billions of dollars in an economy to be able to deal with there, you can move differently. You can move differently when you're sitting on tons of resources. I understand that my people got meager resources in those regards. I judge all of that on balance. I judge all of that on balance. So whenever you speak about these things, that matters. Please remember something there. There's a reason when you have the class clown that shows up in those regards. Just understand what that means. Just understand what that means. As a people, we don't have a code of conduct otherwise. We don't have a code of conduct otherwise. These other folks here would not let you speak any old kind of way about their people. They would not let you do that. They would not allow you to do that. In the chat room, Jerome Crawford, you need to call us up on Zoom. We're going to give you 2 minutes to be here on Zoom. As a matter of fact, I was going to wait on this for a little while here, but you know what? Let me go ahead and get Zoom up and going here. We'll give you 2 minutes for that. If you, by the way, and time him out in the chat room so he can't speak anymore there. If you're told to call in, you don't have your chat room privileges anymore until after you do. So Jerome Crawford is going to give us a call here. And by the way, Angela Barr is going to give us a call as well. So Jerome Crawford and Angela Barr, both of you need to be on Zoom. So both of you are going to be timed out until you get on Zoom. Put their information to the side. If they don't call up, we are going to ban them. So Jerome Crawford and Angela Barr are both going to give us a call up on Zoom. So they have 2 minutes to be on Zoom. And then they can go ahead and explain all these things to everybody. I'm sure that it'll be very enlightening. I'm sure it'll be very enlightening. I want you to understand something. I've dealt with this the whole damn time. There's a big difference between organizing things and getting things done and being some nobody on the internet just talking out of their ears. And I want to show you all to gravitate emotionally to what's real. You don't gravitate to folks sitting up here thinking everything is class clown moment. That's not what you go for or what you do. By the way, for everybody who gets on Zoom here, you make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on just so we don't have any trolling issues I got somebody on Zoom, so whoever W King is here. Okay, W King, I don't see a light on, brother. So if you're having electrical bill issues, you might want to, pay that thing. Okay, brother, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get into a room with some light. Otherwise, I got to ban you. So whichever one's going to be, brother. I ain't joking around or playing. So I'll give you 5 seconds to get that sorted out. There you go. All right, sir. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to say, he was like, we have earned our way to criticize Jesse Jackson, right? I feel like I'm a Black American, and he has done things that hurt our community. So I feel like I do have the right, to criticize him. Even though I can say he did some good things as far as the civil rights, but he also did things that harmed us. So I feel like I do have the right.
Give me three things he did to harm Black people. That harmed us.
He was the one that brought that African American shit to us. He never really. He was. Okay.
What is the harm that did?
It made us comparable to immigrants. That's why immigrants come over here today and call themselves African American.
Okay,
you feel me?
That's literally not a real thing. That what you're doing is you're transferring the status
that
today. You're transferring status today and trying to imprint that on something from 40 years ago as if that was the intention or whatever. So that's not really a real thing. The status. Okay, sir, everybody tries, whenever we call ourselves, everybody tries to co-opt that. That's not new. They're trying to co-opt foundational now, sir.
Why you think? But that's not the same though. They can't.
Yes, sir. It is the same. I'm telling you. Okay, sir. But that's not stopping them from trying. But that's not stopping them from trying, sir.
But I'm telling you on the
okay, I just debunked it. And he's not gonna let it go.
On a legal level, they can't steal that name. You feel me?
Okay, sir. People can try is the whole point. So we've gone ahead and we debunked that one. What else?
But they ain't trying when it comes to African American. But
okay, so we debunked that one. What else you got?
They use that name legally, and they can get
okay, sir. They're not getting our resources. They are not getting they're not stealing our resources by calling themselves African Americans. They're stealing our resources by calling themselves straight up immigrants, sir. So what you're saying is nonsense and a lie. They're stealing resources by just calling themselves immigrants. They ain't even calling themselves Africans. They can just be immigrants.
Why you think they changed the
okay, sir, I just debunked you. They're not calling themselves African Americans to get resources. They're calling themselves African immigrants to get resources, sir. Who are the immigrants calling themselves African Americans and getting resources because they call themselves African Americans? Who are they? Name them.
Why?
Name them.
Why do you think they changed?
Give us a name.
What you mean a name?
Name a immigrant who's getting resources based off of calling themselves African Americans. Name.
Why you think they changed?
Last try. Last try. Give us a name. Last try, sir. Give us the name.
You tripping,
name.
Bro.
What is the name?
Why do you think they have different categories?
Okay, sir, I asked you for a name. You don't have a name. You can't name anybody who's doing that. You're making it up.
You want me to name groups? Why? What are you saying?
Name a person.
One person. What sense does that make, bro?
You claim that there's African immigrants who are getting resources calling themselves African Americans. Certainly you can name.
Do they not circle African American when they do applications and shit like that?
No, sir. They just have to circle their immigrants. They're getting immigrant resources. There's nothing set aside for African Americans. They get resources as immigrants, illegal aliens, beasts of no nation. That's what they get resources for, sir, which is why when I ask you to name one person, one immigrant who's getting resources for being an African American, you can't do anything but spaz out. Now that I've debunked that, what else you got on Jesse? Now that I've debunked it. Now that I debunked it, what else? Let's move on. What else you got? Okay, sir, we're not gonna sit here and have you talk in circles. What else you got?
Debunk nothing, really.
Okay, what's next? Now that we debunked that, what's next?
What you mean? What's next?
I said name three things. I said name 3 things.
Did I not name 3 things?
You just named one. That African American stuff.
The African American. Then I say he wasn't a fighter for us. He was a fighter.
Sir,
for
I asked you to name the next thing.
I'm telling you, I'm naming the next thing, bro. You got to
be specific, sir. That's general. Be specific.
He wasn't a fighter for us. He was a fighter for everybody. He was a fighter. What is a human rights? He wasn't a Black American fighter. He was a fighter for everybody. A human rights fighter, right?
Okay, well, if you want to try to if you want to make a case for your nonprofit, yeah.
So if you standing out yourself and fighting for the whole world, how you fighting for us? Like, that was a problem.
Okay, sir. Like name for me a legal effort that Jesse Jackson pushed for anybody other than Black folk. Name one.
He had a whole organization called.
I asked you for a legal effort, sir. Second time. Show me a legal effort.
Don't he had a whole organization called Rainbow Coalition? That was the whole purpose of
yes, sir. That the whole purpose of that was to get white folk to contribute to his nonprofit, and it worked.
Really, bro?
Okay, the whole purpose of that was to get white folk to contribute to his nonprofit, and it worked.
Really just making excuses.
He wasn't ready, y'all. He wasn't ready for that. This guy doesn't think very much. Yeah, what did he say? Wow, I didn't know that was. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it was.
No, I ain't say wow. That makes sense.
It sure did.
I say you really making excuses for him. I say. It sounds like you just.
Sir, I asked you for an example. You couldn't give us one. The example you just gave, I just showed you that's the real purpose of it. You can't debunk it, so now you're spazzing again.
That still don't make sense. He still ain't doing it for us.
It doesn't make sense that he wants to get money from white folk.
So he's scamming white people to feed his own pockets.
I wouldn't say scamming them.
What he doing then?
He was fundraising
to feed his own pockets. He wasn't doing it for us.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that he did not do anything to represent Black folk at all, is what you're trying to tell me. Go ahead and say that he did not represent any Black folk. Go ahead and say that.
I give him props in the beginning when
so I'm not talking about the civil rights era, sir. I'm talking about the post coalition era, sir.
Hell no, what he was doing in his last days, he was fighting for immigrants, bro.
Sir, in his last days, he had Parkinson's disease. He wasn't fighting for nobody. He was in a wheelchair,
bro, outside standing with people fighting for immigrants. What you talking? He couldn't even talk.
Sir,
he couldn't even talk.
So you're telling me that Jesse Jackson rolling up in a wheelchair, he's standing up for illegals and he can't even talk.
He was in a wheelchair, bro. If I'm lying, I'm lying, bro. Look,
and by your definition, and by your own admission, he couldn't even talk.
Right, he was standing with like a lot of a church pastor and shit. He couldn't even talk. They just had him out there for like a stunt. You feel me?
Right.
But he was there. He was there.
Fighting
in his last days, fighting for immigrants. Bro.
He literally could neither stand nor talk.
And couldn't see. You come on, you know how they do us. He's still a figure, and so they gonna use him till they can't use him no more.
Sir, you can't use him as a figure if he's not even speaking.
For the image, you think I'm lying? You arguing against me against a video that's actually real. People in the comments can tell you for real. That's
okay. Let me ask you something here. Show me your proof that Jesse Jackson was of sound mind in his last days.
Why you asking me that? Why?
Okay, second try, sir. What is if you're gonna hold that against? If you know that he was infirmed, show me your proof that he was of sound mind in his last days. Go.
Like I said, you should be asking them why they had him outside when he.
Okay, last try, sir. What is your proof that he was of sound mind?
Prove something that I have no proof.
You brought up the example.
I have no power over.
But you raised the example.
I'm telling you what I saw with my own
Okay,
eyes.
And if you saw that, then tell me your proof that what you saw was not a sign of dementia.
I don't know what it is.
Okay. All right. So you admit that he was infirm. You admit that he was not well. And you're just claiming, though, he was of sound mind.
You just want to try to prove me wrong or something?
No, sir. I'm asking you for us. I'm doing what I do the whole program. I'm saying, where's your proof? Is all I'm saying is, where's your proof to back up your words? Where's your proof?
My words was that why they had him out there.
Okay, so I asked you a question. I didn't ask about why he was out there. I asked about his sound, that he was of sound mind. Yes, where's your proof that he was?
Prove that he was mentally disabled. Like, what you mean? Like,
okay,
I know what I saw with my eyes.
Right, and I know what I saw with my eyes. And if somebody was not of mental soundness, they might be outside in the cold for any old kind of reason because people wheeled them out there.
No, he was at a protest.
Sir, but he was not able to protest anything. Case in point, former President Jimmy Carter, sir. They were okay. You're going to be quiet now. Former President you're going to be quiet. You're lying, silly, and quiet. Former President Jimmy Carter was wheeled out in a wheelchair in his final days too. And as a matter of fact, he was not of sound mind, unfortunately. However, he made for a good photo op for folk taking advantage of that also. He didn't even know where he was. This is a common thing going on today. We have current Congress people, from Mitch McConnell to that chick down there who was in a nursing home. So what you're telling me is, well, Jesse Jackson was out there, and if you want to ask a question, you couldn't even answer it.
Okay,
which is why when I ask you for substantiation, you can't give me any.
Somebody that had power, let him be out there like that.
No, sir. What I'm saying is that Jesse Jackson in a wheelchair was no threat to anybody.
It was the image of him being out there, like
the image of him infirmed and not.
Yeah, all that. Come on, you know how they do us. They do us like that. They don't care. They gonna drain us till they can't no more. And they had him out there. What you saying?
And I'm saying that who put him out there?
I don't know, bro.
Okay, thank you. And that's that is the point that I made.
For immigrants, him fighting for immigrants, and that's all I saw.
Yes, and my whole point is that, by the way, this man was in his final days. People are wheeling you around in a wheelchair.
Right.
Yes, and that's a threat to us, is what you're saying.
No, I never said that was a threat. I said even in his last days, like, he wasn't fighting for us. Even in his last days, he wasn't fighting for us. That was my point. That was my point.
Okay, let me find out here. What is the fighting for us that you thought should have been happening with his Parkinson's disease?
Shit, I would rather for him not to be out there at all.
Oh, so so he's like, I can't really name what it would be. Okay.
That was what I wouldn't want him to do. I would want him to do something when he had the agility, the power, the strength. You feel me? Okay. But he was fighting for everybody.
There you go. There you go. And that's the point I wanted to make right there. There you go. By the way, in the chat room there, for the folks I told to call up, you have 2 minutes to be there. So you can all join this paragon of intellectualism here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but like I said.
Okay. Yeah. Jesse Jackson, I don't like to go into those kind of details there, to be totally honest, but what I'm going to say here, folks, is for anybody who has ever had to care for somebody who was in cognitive and physical and mental decline, you see things differently after you've had an opportunity to do that. And so you start looking for things. I've watched elderly people get wheeled out now for the last 4 decades. I've watched it for 4 decades. So for people who are easily impressed, easily misled, I don't go for window dressing. I'm looking at lawsuits. I look at legislation. I look at things like that. And for Jesse Jackson, he disappeared from the public spotlight a little over about a decade ago. And at that point right there, it's like, okay, well, you know what's going to happen next. You know what's going to happen next. If somebody's got, at that point right there, I'm looking at the family. I'm looking at the kids. I'm looking at the kinfolk. I'm looking at who is this who's allowing them to do this? Because I know that Jesse ain't asking. I know he's not asking to do that. Need I remind you? Well, you know what? Let me go ahead and wait on that here as well. Let me go ahead and wait on that. Let me go ahead and wait on that because I want to. There's a couple of other things here. I'm not saying everything all at once. Whoever B Young 3184 is, B Young 3184, I need you to give me a call up on Zoom. I need B Young to give me a call up on Zoom. We'll give you 2 minutes to be there. Also, Sofa King, I need him to be on Zoom here. You got 2 minutes to be there as well. We got somebody else here up on Zoom, so it needs to be the folks that I told to give a call in about this. If they're not there, they'll be joining on the other side there as well. Whoever T is, I just see a hand. I'll give you 5 seconds to go ahead and be up here where I can see you. I'll give you 3 more seconds to go ahead and be up here where I can see you or permanent vacation. I'll give you 1 more second to be here where I can see you or permanent vacation. You got some DOS effects going on here. So whoever you are, you're playing on the phone. So we're not going to have that. I need to get another one of these folk up here because there's a bigger point to make, and I want to make sure that I get this correct. I am not saying that Jesse Jackson was a paragon of virtue. I start off the whole program saying, I have tremendous criticisms. I got tremendous criticisms there. Oh, I absolutely do. I absolutely do. I need somebody to get back over here for this. I need to get somebody to get back over here for this. Like I say here, folks, I told them to go ahead and give us a call in. I need them to go ahead and give us a call in here. That's kind of important here. No, some of these folks here don't get these things. This is why you have to have folks who know things. That's kind of important. I put together a public forum here so that, by the way, when I ask these questions, whether we can go ahead and get into that. Where are they at? Folks, this is all very, very simple here because you see, I got some questions right now. Rob from Denver. Rob from Denver, I'm so glad, sir. I need you to get on Zoom for me here, brother. You got 2 minutes to be on Zoom. Rob from Denver. By the way, y'all, none of the other folks have shown up on Zoom yet. Rob from Denver, I need you on Zoom. I'm so glad that you got some expertise in this area. I need you on Zoom. I need you on Zoom. It should not be this difficult to have these folks do this, people. It really, really shouldn't be. But this is a teaching moment here. It is a teaching moment here because you got to understand, on the internet, anybody with a pulse and 2 brain cells can get a cell phone. They got to have it set up for the folks at the store. They can't do it themselves. And they can get online and post things. But when it's time to actually know some things, we start getting into this. We start getting into this. And I want you all to separate the real from the phony in this regard. But you see, I want some of these folk on the line here because there's questions I want to ask. Rob from Denver, what's taking you so long? Smitty, what's taking you so long here? B Young, what's taking you so long? It's been several minutes now. It's been several minutes. Wingnut, who got off the phone. JD, he set up Rainbow Push. He was starting a nonprofit. Jesse Jackson was out getting the bag after that. He had a television show. He had a couple of nonprofits. Yes, Jesse Jackson was trying to stack things up here. And you know what? He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one. By the way, he wasn't. These are kind of important things here. Okay, let me see who's on here. Don, whoever Don is. Okay, Don. I'll give you 5 seconds. Make sure you have your camera turned on for me here, or permanent vacation. All right, whoever Don is, I'll give you 3 more seconds. Make sure you have your camera turned on, or permanent vacation. All right, Don, whoever you are here, I can give you 1 more second. Make sure you have your camera turned on, or permanent vacation. All right, Don does not have his camera turned on there, so if you're going to try to troll people, can't have that. Can't have that. I'm waiting for some of these folk to come on up in here because this is kind of important. This is kind of important. Because if you're going to say outlandish, silly, stupid things, there's a reason why I want you on Front Street, because I want to make an example when people do this, because there are actually real explanations for these things. Don't let that get too far out of your way. I didn't want to sit up here and waste any more time with Simp Boy Spaz, who was on here before, because there's some simple things. Where are the rest of these folk, y'all? Rob is running. Where's Angela? Angela is running. She had so much to say before. There's a Zoom link right here. You can say it in front of everyone. This is all very simple. You should be able to very easily substantiate these things. I haven't said anything to anybody except, okay, can you prove that? The last guy I said vomited all over himself. These are all very simple things. In the chat room, by the way, for anybody who says anything like that, if you got something negative to say, you need to go ahead and hit the Zoom link, not the chat room. I'll just go ahead and have you banned if you do that. If you got something negative to say, you can do that, but you can only do it on Zoom. You don't go to the chat room. If you think I go in the chat room because, my mama hid out when she was getting, put out on the block. I like to lay low. No, you're only going to be able to do that in front of other folks that need to see that. Okay, Don, you're going to have to move quicker than that. Let me go ahead and see if we can get Elton up here on Zoom for me. Okay, Elton, I don't know what's going on with folks with their smokehouses going on. It's real translucent there, so I'll give you 5 seconds to get clearer. If you can't do that, out you gotta go. Everybody and their mama don't know how to work a camera tonight. Ooh, it's foggy. I don't know what to do. Okay, get it cleared up, brother. 3 seconds or you're out of here. Get it cleared up. Okay, 1 more second or you're out of here. You get it cleared up. It's nothing but fog and haze. That's not a webcam. That's not a webcam nor a webcam issue. All right, you're out of here. Once again, folks, come on now. Folks, everybody's calling me up tonight with damn me translucence going on here. But some of them are putting their reflections on. I guess that one chick must have had a reflection on a toilet seat. What? So, people, I'm not going to play around about it. You can get on, you can talk, that's cool. Don't play no games. So he had that thing looking like a damn Snoop Dogg video. It's all smoky and hazy. We ain't doing that. I'm not putting you up on YouTube for YouTube to see you, but we ain't going to play no games. We're not. I need somebody here in the chat room. I'm going to say, what the hell is happening to all these cowards? It's a very simple thing. Hit the link up there. Hit the link and tap on in so you can go ahead and educate, because I'm ready to go ahead and get to this next part here, and it's not happening. I'm waiting for this next part, and it ain't occurring. Y'all are holding everybody up. We got somebody else here on Zoom. Murphy, whoever Murphy is here. We'll give you 5 seconds. There you go, Murph. Okay, Murph. Well, I don't know what you're doing there, brother. Hold your phone down. I'll give you 5 seconds for that, Murphy. Hold your phone down. You can see yourself on the screen. You know you got half the screen. There you go. All right. We ain't going to be scary. There you go. All right, Murph. What's on your mind?
Is this the old nigga moment for you, Jason?
Okay. That depends.
Like you always say you got to watch out for these old niggas, and now you supporting the old niggas. We are unappreciative of this situation right now.
Okay, what's your credentials to
What
speak?
you got going on, Jason?
What are your credentials to speak on?
Yeah, I'm. What you got going on, Jason? It feel like you against Black society right now. What's going on, Jason?
Okay.
We know Jesse Jackson was a harmful entity in Black society. What you got going on now?
Okay,
are you turning into an old nigga right in front of us?
What was the harm?
What's going on?
Tell me what the harm of it was that you're qualified to speak on.
We just watched this man like the man. Hold on now.
Where are your people from?
Now we just watched
where are your people from?
African American. It was very.
Where are your people from?
Here,
what Nigerian refugee camp did your people come from?
We foundationals. We was always here. We was always here. What you talking about?
You're foundational Kenyans.
No. Okay. No, we ain't no foundational Kenyans. Not at all. I don't know what you got going on. Actually, my people
I can't hear what he's saying. Hello?
Okay, they are foundational drunk Kenyans.
Oh, okay. Hello, Jason? I can't hear nothing he's saying.
Okay, you all are eating up your own time.
What?
Wow, well, I couldn't hear what you were saying, but we just asking about the show, like when we listening in on the show. And yeah.
Okay, the show. Go ahead.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna continue what I had to say, but we're listening in on the show, and then you come and so respect. All respect to Jesse. Jesse did what he had to do in his era and time. But as we're listening, is that the same thing you would say when you be saying about these old niggas? Because all they're doing is doing the same thing in their time.
Okay, the first thing I start off this program tonight is to say that on the balance here, I'm taking the man in the whole of his life. So before you can criticize him, I need to know what your credentials are to criticize him. Because I'm not going to take criticism. We're not going to take. I cannot accept criticism from just any old body. I'm not going to take that from just any old body. Because if you got no standing, your word don't mean nothing. So what are the credentials? What are the credentials? What are the credentials that qualify you to speak on Jesse Jackson?
What I asked him was the basis of his show, and he's saying for the credentials of what's going on about why you feel the way you feel.
No. I'm saying you have to qualify to speak negative of Jesse Jackson. So I got to know how are you qualified to speak negative of him?
No, that's what I said. The way you feel. Your show is about how people feel about speaking on Jesse Jackson and the way they feel. Okay. And you're asking them how are you qualified to feel that way. So that's the basis of the show. So we're asking what was the basis of your show today.
Okay, well, I've answered that. So are you going to keep repeating that or are you going to give us your qualifications?
No, I was just making sure, just like a lot of people were calling in or want to know what the basis. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. Okay. We're not the only ones who was wondering.
Ma'am, I got a question. Do all those piercings hurt? Because that looks like painful. That looks very
man, I even had even more. But
I'm sure you
my
do.
Skin, I love them.
Okay.
If I can keep them in, I sure would.
Ma'am, you look like a pincushion right now tonight. So I'm scared. I couldn't do it.
Oh, okay. Well, I got you covered.
That man came at me with that many needles. Okay, Oh, you got a streak of holes in your ear, man. It looks like Rambo went to town. What is going on in that house?
Yes, I needed some attention.
Clearly, medical attention.
Yes.
Maybe psychiatric, but were y'all ever going to tell me about the credentials for criticizing Jesse Jackson? I'm waiting.
No, we good. We just wanted to know. I want the phone. Have a good one.
Okay, he wants the phone. Give it back to DOS Effects. Okay. So far, the critics of Jesse Jackson are too inebriated. I guess that's what's going on. A bunch of drunk niggas sitting up here. Damn you, Jackson. What are you talking about? Damn me. So let that speak for the quality and caliber of the individuals who say something negative there. Spirit of Truth AI, and if it's AI or whatever, you got 1 minute to be on Zoom. So Spirit of Truth, I need you on Zoom. Spirit of Truth needs to be on Zoom. So we will give you 2 minutes to be on Zoom. You got 2 minutes to be there. By the way, y'all notice the rest of them did not call up. I have only asked the same question. What are your credentials to speak on that man? We saw his credentials throughout his whole life, whether you liked him or not. Fantastic. Now, what are yours that you can speak on him? And if y'all thought that fellow was foundational Black American acting like that, okay, yeah. Y'all saw him for yourself. You tell me what foundation was that? Foundation of Ethiopia. Foundation of Sally Struthers. Foundation of Akon. I'm waiting for the rest of these folks to sit up here and say something here. This is all very, 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 very simple. Where are they? Where are they? Jason, are you sure you're on solid ground? Absolutely. Jason, are you certain about that? Absolutely. I'm triggering I'm triggering the haters. I'm triggering the tether ones. They're upset about that. These are all very simple things here, people. If you're going to make your point, remember the folks who called up, you're not doing a very good job. Whatever point you think you're trying to make, by the way, you're debunking yourselves. No, that was not Busta Rhymes. That was Busted Rhymes. That was not Busta Rhymes. That was Busted Rhymes. Busta Grime. But no, it's just, no. It's, please listen to my demo. Please listen to my demo. Okay, we got True FBA here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
No, Jason, can you see me?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Oh,
you don't have all that smoke and stuff like other people, so I'm very glad to see that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents worth in. I kind of have to agree with everybody else who's tried to defend their position here. It's just there is no defending Jesse Jackson. As for my standing to say that, I've been alive. I'm probably a couple of years older than you. The man, to the extent that he was useful in the civil rights era, that's about it. After that, yeah, he basically became a tool of the Democratic plantation. And you don't necessarily have to say anything. I don't necessarily have to say anything negative about the man, but I also don't have to say anything about him at all. And I think that would be the appropriate path here.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and address a few things here outside the civil rights movement, because you see, that's low-hanging fruit. I take that on balance. I'm not telling that anybody has to adore Jesse Jackson. I'm not saying that anybody has to revere Jesse Jackson. I'm not saying anything like that right there. However, in our modern era, people kind of put on their class clown boots, they Ronald McDonald boots when things like this happen, and folks just basically start mouthing off and spewing off, trying to be incendiary. I don't do that. I've never done that, and I won't do that because that's silliness. But I'm gonna go a little bit further here, since I got a few other folks who are on the line here, so I think I'm hoping I get somebody who goes a little bit further here, because you've been pretty level-headed about it. Although you haven't really mentioned anything that we should object to. You haven't really done that.
Okay.
So what you said is basically the same thing that I said, which is, well, he certainly could have done a lot more. And instead, he really got booed up with the Democrats. So you're saying what I was saying from the beginning. He certainly could have done a lot more. Well, yeah, he absolutely could.
Okay, so then, I mean, it's I see him. I'm not going to go ham. I mean, you have your take, I have mine, but I mean, when I look at what he did on balance after the civil rights movement, I see someone who was actually a net negative to us. Never mind the African American designation, which, you know, that was bad enough. But you know, I have personal experience. I remember I used to work in television news.
For those of you who don't know, the term African American predates Jesse. He didn't create that term. So let's get that out of the way. First of all, he didn't make that term. It predates him.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
By decades.
True.
As a matter of fact, it predates him by decades. As a matter of fact, what was his name? Yeah, Michael Emotep. By the way, Michael, I know you out there listening. Yeah, I saw you posted that Malcolm X used that phrase. Malcolm X went on to Afro-American. But yeah, I mean, that African-American long predates Jesse Jackson. So if you got a beef with that, your beef isn't with him. So clown caller number one who was talking about the African-American thing, just basic ignorance of history. He doesn't even know that Jesse Jackson, contrary to popular belief, he didn't invent that name. It predates him. So do you have a beef with that? Because if you do, you're beefing with the wrong person.
No. I don't have issue with that. I have issue with the way that he steered it in, as was said by previous callers, in the direction of disenfranchising us as being the foundation of this country. That's what.
Okay, give me a specific about that. When did that specifically occur?
It didn't occur based on what he did directly.
Okay, so you're indicting him for something somebody else did? Wow.
I'm basically indicting him for being the setup for that.
Okay,
yes,
brother, he can only be responsible for what he did. Can you please tell me what he directly did? Because now this is guilt by not even association. This is just, I'm going to put somebody else's jacket on you. Okay, tell me something he specifically did, sir.
Okay, are you suggesting then that he didn't allow himself?
Wow.
He didn't allow himself to be used here.
Okay,
are you suggesting?
Sir, I asked you a question. Can you address my question first here? Don't address the question with a question. I asked you a simple question here. Can you tell me what something he specifically did? Because so far, well, somebody else did it, but I'm gonna blame Jesse because they used. Okay, that's not gonna fly. So what else you got? What else you got?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that since he was a tool, since I think we agree that he was a tool of the Democratic plantation, that was what, you know, he understood his role in bringing that out, and that's what that was for, and that's what he did. I mean, you know, so I mean, you know, if I would like to I'd like to take it back, or maybe I misspoke.
All right, thank you. This is a good opportunity here.
What I'm saying here is that, you know, he knew himself to be a tool. He set himself up to be a tool for whatever it is that the Democratic Party wanted, and therefore he allowed the term African American. Okay,
you're back on that again. I asked you what he did, and you can't name anything that he actually did. I'm asking and asking and asking. Okay, you're back to that again. We already debunked that. What else? Certainly there's something else that he did. Certainly there is.
Yes, there's plenty. There's other things that he's done.
Oh, good. Get to something specific, sir. Let's get past that part. Okay, give me another specific.
Besides using African American as a way to.
Okay, you're repeating yourself. Okay, what's next?
Okay, so I as I said, I worked in television news, and at one time he came to our town, and he was there as the residents of a particular section of the city were mostly black, mostly foundational Black American at the time, and he came down because they were trying to find a way to fight against an NFL stadium being put up in their neighborhood. That's basically what happened. And he came down there and it did. I mean, he simply wasn't he wasn't necessarily putting his energy on behalf of the people who were whose land was about to be eminent domain for this stadium. It was more of a I'm here, I'm cheering, I'm here. It just didn't look like he was in for their on their behalf. He led a march. He gave platitudes, but in the end, their land was taken.
Well, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to hear that. That all sounds very unfortunate, and it definitely sounds like there may have been a miscarriage of justice. By the way, what city was that?
That was Miami.
Okay, and what stadium was that?
The one that they're currently playing in right now.
Okay,
right, so Miramar back in the day.
So you're saying that Jesse Jackson did not do enough to galvanize black people in Miami for the Miami Dolphins stadium?
More or less, it wasn't. I mean, it's not necessarily that he could have done anything.
Well, yeah, that's my next thing. I was about to say, what do you expect him to do? But okay.
It's not necessarily that he could have done anything. It just basically the whole vibe of the moment of him showing up was to, shall we say, calm, to get the people who were upset about it to accept it, basically.
Okay, sir, let me ask you a question here. Can you please name a single NFL stadium that hasn't rammed its way through, no matter where it was? Name one.
No,
okay, sir,
can't.
Okay, thank you. So you're telling me that they did what the NFL does. Miami did what all these cities do. So when the NFL comes to town, if they say they want to set up a stadium, that's a fait accompli.
Right.
There's not going to be anything. There won't be anything that you can do.
And
that's not Jesse Jackson. You can't name a single city where if the NFL wants to set up shop, that you can stop them.
Okay, so he shows up. I mean, so he's showing up for what? He gets a check from someone for showing up.
Okay, sir, are you going to tell me that he was advocating for the stadium?
I'm going to say that he was there to.
Okay, so that's a simple question. You're implying that he was advocating for the stadium. Either he was advocating for steamrolling these folk, which means advocating for the stadium, or he wasn't. Which one is it? Because you're the one who may raise the point.
Oh no! You're well aware. You're well aware that people can, that he has a particular style or way of extracting a payment, and it wasn't from those people who he came down allegedly. He has a way. Okay, maybe a better way of putting it is he has a way of extracting money from both sides of the argument.
Okay, how did he extract money? Who did he extract money from in Miami for an NFL stadium?
Well, no, he didn't. He wasn't.
Okay,
there.
wow.
I mean, okay.
I'm being patient, y'all. I'm really being patient here.
No, actually, he could. I mean, because
I didn't say if he could. I said you're the one implying that he did. Who did he get paid off from in Miami because of an NFL stadium?
The people building the stadium, the owners of the team at the time. I don't have any documents to prove that, but okay. I know that he doesn't come down. He doesn't come down. He's not going to come anywhere that he's not being paid to show up.
I need you to hang up.
Are you going to disagree with that?
Brother, I need you.
Are you going to disagree with that?
Brother, I need you to hang up now. I need you to hang up now.
No. What?
Hit the red button.
What you're doing?
Hit the red button, brother. Hit the red button, brother.
What you're doing?
I need you to hang up tonight.
Jesse Jackson is indefensible, Jason.
Brother, I need you, brother. I'm being polite.
You really need to apologize.
I'm being polite, brother. I'm trying to give you an off ramp.
I'm telling you right now.
I'm giving you an off ramp.
What you're doing, sir,
brother, hang up the phone.
Sir, is indefensible. There's nothing defendable.
Brother, hang up the phone, brother. You're making an ass of yourself. Hang up the phone.
You're making yourself look. Basically,
brother, I'm trying to help you.
You're basically making yourself look low rent in doing what you're doing, And,
okay.
you know,
Brother, I got a bunch of handyman jokes right now. I'm trying to help you. Please hang up.
You defending Jesse Jackson is indefensible. You defending Al Sharpton is indefensible. We are supposedly...
Okay. I need you to hang up the damn phone, nigga.
You claim, sir, that we are heading in a...
Nigga, I need you to hang up the damn phone.
Playing shock jock. And, you know, you really need to apologize to your audience tonight, sir. That's what you need to do. And I
need to hang up on you is what I need to do. Let him talk, Jason. Let him talk. Let him talk. You need to let him talk, I let this nigga talk till I'm falling asleep over him. I'm like, let him talk, I let him talk. All he could say is that African-American thing. Slam dunked. Jesse Jackson did not create that phrase. Well, he didn't even say he popularized it. Somebody in the chat room tried to say that. Okay, and? Well, somebody else used it in a bad way. He can't name who the somebody else is or how they used it. So you're blaming Jesse Jackson for somebody else's actions, and you can't even tell me what the somebody else's did, just like the first caller. So this is the whiny ass millennial generation. This dude think he older than me. Is a bunch of, this is what passes for reasoning among them. I asked for specifics. There are none. Somebody in the chat room said tendonism. Somebody in the chat said tendonism. So, yeah, I asked him. He comes right back to African American. Okay, we debunked that. What else? Well, there was a stadium in Miami. Jesse Jackson. So you're telling me Jesse Jackson got paid off to promote the stadium? Well, I mean, I ain't got no proof of it, but you, brother, you know like I know. If Jesse was there, you sound like Fox News, man. You sound like Fox News. Sean Hannity would play this. Jesse Jackson was in Miami. Well, you know, America's favorite race hustler. If he's in Miami, you know, the NFL teams are all very big liberals there. So, you know, Jesse was probably getting paid to help them promote their stadium. In the studio with us tonight is Leo Terrell. Leo, can you tell us about Jesse? Yes, Sean, absolutely. I know about Jesse. And if I will tell you one thing first, sir, if he's in Miami, he's there for two things, strippers and to get paid, Sean. So don't let anybody deceive you. If Jesse Jackson comes to your town, he's only coming for strippers or to get paid, Sean. Do you have any proof whatsoever? Because that's slander, libel, defamation, and the whole damn night. I don't have that exactly, but you know like I know, Sean. And that's literally what just got off the phone. I just asked, what are the specifics? By the way, folks, if you all want to go Google Jesse Jackson, Miami, NFL stadium, improprieties, scandal, anything, protesters. By the way, if you all want to go to Google and just type that in real quick, don't believe Jason, I could be lying. I could be lying. So by the way, if you go to Google and type that in, what you're going to find is that Jesse Jackson was opposing it. If you go to Google and type that in, what you'll find is the first thing you'll get is Jesse Jackson was opposing it. That's the first thing you'll find, people. Y'all right now, prove me wrong. Go to Google right now, type in Jesse Jackson, Miami, NFL stadium protesters. The first thing you get is Jesse Jackson is trying to stop the stadium. He won't let it go up. That's the first thing you're going to get. And then you got others. He's claiming there's something we all don't know or didn't see occurring. And I'm like, by the way, you know we can Google all this stuff you talking about, right? You know we can Google it, right? There's a story behind the story. Google will tell you everything. No, I haven't even gotten to the part I wanted to get to yet because he didn't get there. But by the way, if you want to know about Jesse Jackson in Miami and NFL Stadium, please Google Jesse Jackson, NFL, Miami Stadium protesters and see the first things that come up. Jason, you lying. So Google's lying for me? Google's lying to help me. Okay. All right. All right, James, we got you on Zoom, brother. What's on your mind?
How do you do, Jason? Thank you for the broadcast. I called in particularly because I remember when I was first introduced to Jesse as personality, there was a movie called Push Expo, and I forgot all the other names. But he was able to garner all the prime acts at that time, like James Brown, and I can go on, the OJ, and it was a remarkable thing. Now, at that time, Black people did not have many voices, particularly many voices of prominence that could garner some attention. So that was a great thing. So I was fond of him from that. And most people who are talking crap about Jesse, particularly about renaming us African American, at that time, we did not have the information about us being indigenous to this continent. And I'm not sure if he had it himself, but that name, African American, garnered some pride in the people at that time, and it began to bring us together. It began us to focus proudly on each other. So I cannot fault him if he did not have the information about us being indigenous, but it was a positive thing, and it got us to move forward. Also, Jesse Jackson was prominent enough to, at a time when the United States of American citizens were being held hostage in another country overseas, he was the only figure, be it political, but he was the only figure that was able to go over there just with his personality.
By the way, y'all, he's referring to Syria, but go ahead.
Yes, Syria. They had, I don't know, was it 75? They had American hostages over there. And the United States didn't know what to do. The only thing they was going to do was shoot. But because he was over there, he might have prevented further catastrophes as far as war is concerned. But he did that. Now, also what he did was when he...
Well, that's not okay. For that incident, that's not Syria. I thought you were referring to Syria. You're referring to Saddam Hussein, I think. You might be referring to when no, not Saddam Hussein.
Ayatollah?
No, because there was one from decades ago. I think that's the one you're referring to. I'm thinking about the one more recently, but I think you're referring to one from decades ago. It was like a serviceman. But go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you there, but yeah, Jesse has done this a few times. Jesse has actually done this a few times. It's not just once. It's not just
once.
And
who else was doing it? Excuse me, cut you off. Nobody else was doing
I think Steven Seagal tried. It didn't go very well, but go ahead.
Exactly. They may have tried, but he accomplished. It was a great thing, but it was like many things in our history erased. If the average person couldn't even refer to what I'm talking about. Okay, that's one of the other things.
It was Saddam Hussein. I just looked it up to make sure it was Saddam Hussein. So you are correct. He forgot. For doesn't forget there was Saddam Hussein. So that was the first. Right. That was the first time. But go ahead.
So the people who make me talking things about Jesse, who did they free, including themselves? Okay, now just very briefly, because of his political ambition, he was able to garner votes from white people in the early 80s that was unheard of to get any kind of political support from people. But all over the country, there were white people who took heart to his message to make a better America. So much so that because of the opposition was much stronger, we got the most horrible president that ever lived, which was Ronald Reagan. And when Ronald Reagan became president, well, he might have been Ronald Reagan as president was the decline of America. He declined America when he deregulated, because there were regulations about trade and things of that matter. But because of deregulation, that's when America went south. That's why we got the problems that we have today. That's why everything got made in Indonesia or made in whatever other country but America.
That certainly is a very big factor in that. I'll let you have the last word.
And my last word would be, yes, we can Monday morning quarterback his life, but you can't truly Monday morning quarterback his life if you don't have all the film. And I land there.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that there. Okay, y'all. So far, the folks I asked to call in on Zoom have not done so. They have not called in on here yet. And I can understand this would be a very polarizing issue to some people. However, here's the rest of it here. Some folks talk, they don't think, they don't bother thinking, and then they end up contradicting themselves. So unfortunately, we haven't had somebody to go ahead and do that. So I suppose I'm going to have to start without them. I was hoping that they would go ahead and call up so we could go ahead and get to that, but apparently I'm going to have to start without them. They had their opportunity to speak on this and they've chosen not to. So for anybody who's had a bunch of negative things to say here in that regard, and you're not putting all the pieces together, and once again, I am not here to be the Jesse Jackson Appreciation Society. I stand by every single criticism that I have ever leveled. And I actually got credentials to stand on in that regard. I got every single one of those, and I will continue to stand on them. However, when I talk about that, by the way, you need to be careful about that kind of thing. I say that for a reason. Some of you are not figuring out what that is, and I'm going to go ahead and do that. But you know what? I want to do that without interruption. I want to do that without interruption. So what I want to do here, I'm going to go ahead and take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When I come back here, you want somebody to explain to you what all of these people who just called me got wrong. You want to know why all of them are wrong, because by the way, anybody who agrees with them, they're going to be running here in just a moment. There's a reason they're not calling up, because they're about to be running. To anybody who thinks that the folks who called up have a leg to stand on whatsoever, since the ones who were told to call in have run, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to explain to you exactly what they got wrong there. And I'm talking about in detail. So this will be something for you all to play and replay over and over again. Since they've made fools of themselves. It was like, Jason, are you sure about that? I mean, we need specifics. Oh, I'm going to give you specifics. Oh, I'm going to give you specifics, all right. Absolutely. Before we do here, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Nancy King. Thank you very much for your support tonight, Nancy. We appreciate that. Logic Before Emotion. Thank you as well. Jill B. I saw you there in the chat room. Thank you very much for your support. DMB Nation. I seen you there, brother. Appreciate that, Sir Shy. Thank you for your support here. Also, Mark B. Rakai Media. Zebo the Outcast. I'm giving you that perspective. Don't worry, brother. I got more perspective to come with that as well. And to everyone who has contributed to tonight's program, Najee and others here, I'm about to give you all an education about this. To everyone here, stick around. I'm about to give you all an education about this for a few moments. And a bunch of folk who were talking before, don't worry, it's going to get even more quiet than it currently is right now. This is the Black Channel.
Be the teacher, knowledge on the block. Got the kids learning, minds open like a lock. Books and skills from the east to the west. Bringing education, yeah, we're simply the best. Classes on fire, brains burning with desire. Innovation driving like a tire through the mire. Math, science, history, we got the whole range. Kids hitting new heights, teachers making a change. Used to be the teacher, stacking up the grades. Future bright shining, no need for no shades. Got the youth thriving, moving up the ladder. Smart and sharp, brains growing fatter. Lessons so lit, yeah, they stay in a blaze. Every mind sharp like a sword in the haze. Mr. B in the house breaking knowledge chains. Education kingpin, we ripping the gains. Listen, be the teacher.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' Body Butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slaveries and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening here. And let's go ahead and address a few things, since I have given every opportunity for these individuals here to give us a call, since I've given them every opportunity to do so, and they haven't done so here, and they thought that they got the credentials. I mean, folks sitting up here and they struggle lives trying to sit up here and talk on Jesse Jackson. And once again, I say for the millionth time here, I stand by every critique and criticism I have ever made of Jesse Jackson. But let me address some of the pedantic, look it up. Let me address some of the myopic and, quite frankly, numbskulled things that you've heard people say here tonight. And let's put it in its proper context, where Jesse Jackson is concerned. Well, let me go ahead and repeat their specific arguments here. Well, Jesse Jackson, didn't he start Rainbow Push Coalition? He actually started a bunch of nonprofits. He actually started a number of them. You know why? Well, yeah, certainly Jesse Jackson was doing what he do with it and whatnot, a baby mama here or there. Okay, I understand that. Elon Musk got a few of them there, no nonprofit required. However, do you all understand that Jesse Jackson was not somebody's employee? These were activists. There is no company that you go to apply to be an activist. And once you do that, you are black flagged, you are red flagged, you are blacklisted. So you are going to have to take care of your finances on your own, however you can do it. You are going to have to leverage whatever you can, however you can do it, because your days of working in the American system as an employee are over. I don't care what your credentials are. And plenty of them folks went to college. You're not going to have the ability to do that anymore. That's what you sacrifice when you walk alongside the likes of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That's what you give up. You give that up. So you see, Jesse Jackson had to see that he was taking care of the future. By the time we get to the 80s, please remember, you're a little over a decade and a half since the murder of Dr. King at that point. By the time you get to the 80s, you're only a little over a decade and a half. For most of you here, that's about the time that Trayvon Martin got killed. And for most of you, that's flown by in the blink of an eye. So what was he supposed to do at that point with all these folks out here to undermine what you're doing here and an entire society that's out to get you? So he did that. But you know what? You know who else did it too, by the way? If you're unhappy with Jesse Jackson, by the way, you know who else did that? Dr. King. Since you have a problem with Jesse trying to make as much money as he can, by the way, so did Dr. King. Not the way you all think. We've had to remind you all before. Remember, Dr. King's speeches were copyrighted. Dr. King had children and a woman and was getting death threats. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a man with a wife and several children and death threats every day. Now, who was going to take care of his children? He's sitting there telling you, I ain't got time to play with little sassy ass folk on YouTube. They're calling this man talking about, nigga, you gonna die. And we ain't bull jiving. We gonna catch you somewhere like we did Goodman, Cheney, and Swerner, and the sheriff gonna be there with us. One of these days, we gonna catch you slipping. We gonna run you down. The sheriff will be there. The police chief will be there. The senators and governor will be there. And we gonna have us a lynching. And ain't nobody gonna stop us. That's what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was walking into on a daily basis. So he could tell you, I might not get there with you all because the folk, y'all are a bunch of folk they don't know. The people calling me up, these are for real. The odds are very much against me. Now, who's going to take care of him, take care of Coretta and his children after he's gone? Some jackass sitting in the comment section on YouTube who can't even get his teeth brushed or his hair straight? Who's going to do that? Sitting up talking silly. So Dr. King had to put something in place that would be of value for his children. And he was college educated and smart enough to understand, okay, let me copyright these speeches, not for their intellectual power, but because they're intellectual property. And this will go to my children. It's modest. But by the way, he was thinking ahead. So a number of them did that. Jesse Jackson was running around with James Brown. Jesse Jackson back in the day, there are pictures, not Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton was running around with James Brown back in the day. Y'all can go take a look at it. Al Sharpton was like a concert promoter and whatnot. Concert promoter, boxing promoter. He was doing what they do in New York. Well, hell yeah, he was. He's going to be going up against the New York Police Department on a daily basis. He's going up against all these companies and corporations in New York City who got tons of lawyers. You going to be going up against them? You can't go up against them with flat pockets? You talking about them gentrifying you in New York. They'll financially crush you up there. So yeah, Al was out there hustling. Al was hustling concerts. Al was hustling boxing matches. Al was hustling whatever he could. Ain't nobody giving them nothing. You talk about something you know. Notice the jackasses who called in early tonight, they didn't say anything about this. So if they're so smart, explain to me why they didn't say a word about this. Now, I know these things. I read Al Sharpton's autobiography. I read it. So I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. I read it. Go and Tell Pharaoh is the name of it if you all want to know. I read his autobiography. He's got pictures of him in there with James Brown to show you he ain't making this up. I was rolling with James back. Yo, you talk about James Brown. I talk to James Brown. That was him. So Jesse Jackson saw what they did. Their whole thing is to impoverish you, leave you homeless, penniless, and then kill you. He was not an employee. By the time he gets to the 1980s, people, what did Jesse build up or put aside for his children? He watched them kill Malcolm. He watched them kill Medgar. He watched them kill Fred Hampton. He watched them kill Dr. King. What had he built up for himself and his people? What did he build up for his own family by the time he gets to the late 70s, 80s? They done killed all the revolutionaries. He's looking, by the way, what does Coretta got? What the kids got? What can I do for them? Since ain't none of us sitting on that Madam C.J. Walker money at this point. That's what he was dealing with. There are a number of them. For the ones who actually had to be out there in the trenches, that's what they were looking at, dude. Y'all acting like they just got money for nothing. They didn't have folk giving them anything. I recognize that. So when they talk about race hustling and this, that, and the other, hell yeah, Al Sharpton is going to organize this damn lawsuit. They're going to get them to pay off so he can go ahead and get him something out of that. On account of the fact who is beating the damn streets. People, if you want to make money, there's a hell of a whole lot easier ways of making money than fighting white supremacy, people. As Tariq told y'all, the money is in cooning. The money is not in standing up for black folk. The money is in being a coon, which comes back to what I said about Jesse Jackson. He set up these nonprofits. So instead of these white folk telling other white people, hey, you want to help these Negroes? Give me the money. Hi, I'm Sally Struthers. If you want to help these poor, dirty Negroes over here, give the money to me and I'll help them. So what do we say? Well, we need to have a nonprofit of our own because the white folks got the nonprofits and that's where the damn money goes. Well, Jesse didn't talk about it. He was being about it and he set one up himself. Because up until then, you're giving all the money to, you got white folks saying, you want to help black people, give the money to me, and then I'll spend it for you. Don't worry, give me the money and I'll make sure it gets to the right place. So if you want to know what the nonprofits were for, you have a problem with Jesse Jackson's nonprofit, then you also need to have a problem with the damn Salvation Army and the Red Cross. You need to have a problem with Goodwill. Have you all checked into Goodwill's finances? I have. You all want to talk about pretty much a racket? Did you all know that Goodwill has worked on their online presence to separate out the really good stuff? Did you know that? Did you know that it says nonprofit, but that don't mean they don't make no money. The CEOs make millions. Did you all know that Goodwill is separating out the good stuff that they're giving now? So when they get the designer stuff, they move that to the side. And that goes on the website for damn near what it costs you in the store. That's what Goodwill does today, right now. Every dollar that you give to the Red Cross, $8 of that goes like to overhead. For those of you who didn't know, for every dollar that you give the Red Cross, something like $8 of 80 cents of that goes to overhead. And that's typical of American nonprofits, people. That ain't Jesse Jackson. By the way, for your biggest ones, the ones that you got storefronts in your city, Salvation Army, Goodwill, Red Cross. By the way, in case you didn't know, 80% of what they get on average goes to overhead. That charitable stuff you talking about, that's like 20% of it. And there are plenty of nonprofits that the number is 10% or less. And you want to talk to me about Jesse Jackson. You got something to say to me about Jesse Jackson that he can show you who he was feeding. Operation Push, Operation Breadbasket. You notice the jackasses didn't say anything about that right there. No, they don't actually know anything. They don't actually know anything. They just say things. But they don't actually know anything. Everybody and their mama can talk about the Rainbow Coalition or Operation Push. I was a child with my folks tapping me on the shoulder about Jesse Jackson and talking about Operation Breadbasket. That's why you don't hear any of the would-be mama's boys and hood rat detractors of Jesse Jackson. They don't know anything about Operation Breadbasket. Yeah, because Alex Jones didn't and Fox News didn't say it to you. So you don't know anything about these because Fox News never mentioned it to you. That's why you don't know anything about it. So when I say Operation Breadbasket, you're like, who that? I'm like, that's Jesse Jackson's also. Did you know that? Did you know what they did? Oh, no, you have no idea. None whatsoever. What's that? Ooh, just yeah, what they do? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're nonprofit. And by the way, they had plenty of black folk working there for them. They had plenty of black folk working there for them. Okay. But they didn't tell you anything. They didn't say that. Okay. I'm just checking there. Should I keep going? I damn sure will. I damn sure will. You want to talk about folks here showing up for other people's causes here. You want to talk about folks showing up for other people's causes? I'll go a little bit further than that right there for y'all. I'll go a little bit further than that there for y'all. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me not even do that. Let me not even do that right there. So I'll go ahead and do that right quick because I want y'all to see something here. Since we have individuals who, I mean, like I say, you claim you gonna speak on this. You claim you're gonna speak on this. You claim you're gonna speak on other people here and you're going to teach us something. Okay. I want to show y'all a picture. I want to show you all a picture here, and I want you to tell me if you recognize these people here. Of course you will. Although, explain to me why the mama's boys and mama's girls and hood rats there, explain to me why it was they didn't put this in its proper perspective for you also. Should have been easy enough to do. You have a problem with Jesse Jackson and some of the causes he was backing or whatnot, and okay, that's caused us up here and speak awkward here. By the way, would that also include these men? You see, there's something to be said. There is something to be said when you're looking at black and white pictures. Wasn't no money to be made at this. You was in the trenches. You were in the bullseye. Some fruit booty sitting up here on YouTube trying to speak on folk. And I'm like, by the way, what is your damn works? Who are you to speak on Jim Brown? So you gonna tell me that you sitting here with your Crocs on, sitting on YouTube, being an Android revolutionary, you got what it takes to critique Jim Brown? And soldiers who were sitting there, I'm talking about while the bullets were flying. You gonna tell me who a coon is? You will. Nobody can vouch for you. Nobody can speak for your damn works. Nobody knows your damn name, but you can tell me who's legit and who isn't. You're gonna tell me that. While I'm sitting up here looking at damn me Black Mount Rushmore, you're gonna tell me who it is. In the chat room, Eric Kennedy needs to be on Zoom. You got 2 minutes. Eric needs to be on Zoom. You got 2 minutes. I need you to understand that you're looking at a picture full of young men. Men who were still in their damn prime. Ali still fighting. Kareem still playing. They had everything to lose. They had everything to lose. They didn't stand up after the fight was over. They stood up in the middle of it. We can't get Floyd Mayweather Jr. to stand up for us now.
Deal with it, nigga.
What the hell you gonna tell me? When we got folk we can't get to stand up for us now and ain't no bullets flying. These men were in their prime, at the height of their possibilities, losing things. Ali losing championships, run out the country. They had something to lose. And this is what they said, we gonna stand up for it regardless. While in the middle of us having something to lose. And you gonna speak on Jim Brown. Well, Jason, he went to go see Trump at the White House, and he was standing there with Kanye West. Yes, I understand that. You saying that's all right? I never said that. What I'm saying is that that's the same man right there. You see, understand something. In this day and age here, there's always some sissified mama's boy and hood rat ass daughter out there who wants to try to speak on these things. I want to give y'all an analogy here. You see, when you're dealing with something like with the royal family, when you're dealing with something like Game of Thrones, all of you can identify with that right there. Okay, you had some good kings and some bad kings. Sometimes they did some stuff that you vehemently disagreed with. Why, you would be standing at attention to stand with the Lannisters of the Starks in their fiction. I do not have to stand by everything that Jim Brown did. I do not have to do that. But I am not going to sit up here and dismiss his contributions to the realm. I do not have to stand by everything he did. I will not defend everything he did. I am also not going to discount his contributions to the realm, even if he didn't stick the landing. Even if Jim Brown didn't stick the landing, even if he might have come up short in the end, he's still Jim Brown. That is still Jim Brown. Even if he didn't stick the landing. You got folks sitting up here. I mean, your fanboy and fangirl out for fictional characters. You know, gotta stand by the king. You know, Robert Baratheon, you know that. Okay, Robert Baratheon was a drunk and a whoremonger. King Aerys was out of his damn mind. Tywin Lannister had incestuous children and he was a homicidal lunatic. Well, gotta break a few eggs, make an omelet. These men didn't do anything in the universe of so heinous. And they stood front line when they had everything to lose, and they lost it. And you expect me to stand on their graves? You expect me to stand on their graves and talk about what they should have did to get my respect? You gonna talk about Jesse Jackson? Well, you better go ahead and include these folk right here. Where the hell is your... So you got standing to criticize all of them? Really, you do? That's gonna be unheard of. You got standing to do that? You have standing to do that. Okay, we've covered the we covered the African American thing. We covered the nonprofits thing. We covered the you ain't hanging out with folk that I approve of thing. We've covered that. What else we got left? Oh yeah, Spaz Boy Jackass, who's jumped up there before and was whining and complaining about Jesse Jackson and what was happening in his last days there. Folks, once again, Google is your friend, although for the borderline illiterate, you're immortal enemies of it. I want you all to do yourselves a favor right this moment, right this second. Because you see, other folks talk out their damn ears and don't know nothing. I want you all to do this right this moment. Go to Google and type in Parkinson's medications side effects. You can type in side effects of Parkinson's medications. Do you know the absolutely mind-boggling list of side effects that you will see when you type in for Parkinson's medications? Y'all need to brace yourselves for some of the normal side effects of Parkinson's medication. This is the stuff that's supposed to be helping you. And take a look at not just how long the list of medications is, how heinous some of the side effects are. You know what one of the side effects is of Parkinson's medications? Hallucinations. What? In the chat room, Mac Min is getting way ahead of me because I was going to go down the list slowly. He already threw in there hallucinations, delusions. By the way, those are the normal side effects of Parkinson's medications. Is you get a laundry list of some of the most outrageous stuff. Oh yeah, and what's one of the first things that comes up? Cognitive impairment. So folks, this stuff right here is serious. It's serious. It does more than just play with your body. It does more than that. And I'm talking about the disease, people. I'm not talking about the medications. I'm talking about the disease. So for those of you who thought Parkinson's just makes you shake, no, it does more than that. It does more than that. It changes your behavior. It changes your cognitive abilities. It does more than just make you shake and make you be a little odd. It does more than that. For those of you who did not know what the real effects of Parkinson's is, now on top of Parkinson's, you go dump the side effects of the Parkinson's medications. And Jesse Jackson was in his 80s dealing with both of those. And got somebody's raggedy ass nigga on my phone sitting up here trying to tell me about what the man's state of mind should have been, and it don't matter what it was, and we're not even really clear if we're going to indict him. Are we really clear that he even knows why we're doing it? Are you sure he even knows? Does he know why he's here? They wheeled him out here in a wheelchair. Does he even know why he's here? No. I know what they told him. Does he know why he's here? No, does he really know why he's here? Or have some folk gotten together and said, stick with us here, Jesse. We got a trip to go take here. So, we're going to go do this. We got to stick up for the homeless over here. And we got to do the LGBT thing. We got to do that. Don't worry. We'll get to the Negroes next week. Oh, so the folk who were calling up earlier, they never explained to you all what Parkinson's really is, what it really does, what the side effects really do. And you trying to tell, if Jesse Jackson was running for president 4 years ago, you'd be like, this is insane. You can't listen to anything he says. I mean, you can't really take that from a leadership position. So are we going on that? Because that's what I'm going on. I'm going on everything. I'm going on everything. Is that an endorsement of Jesse Jackson's entire life? Nigga, I already said no. That's not an endorsement of his whole life. That is on balance. That is on balance. Jason, you had a lot of criticisms of Jesse Jackson, and I did, and I will stand by those. Jesse was trying to work within the system. I am not necessarily opposed to quote unquote working in the system. That was not the issues that I had. I am, of course, going to be very strident and criticizing when we got a situation where you're a little too cozy with the Democrats. It is my job to call that out so that people recognize that. That is my job to do so, and I will continue to do that. For those of you who did not know, we get to the 1980s here. Black folk are trying to figure out what's the next move, what's the next step. We can't go back to the 1960s again. So what's the next step gonna be? And a lot of them, especially those who had gotten older, I guess that's the normal trajectory of it. They're like, okay, let me see what I can do inside the system. They were still holding on to the strategy of we need to raise black folks' profile. And by the way, I'm not against that either. I am not against that either. Raising our profile so that when we speak, our issues resonate higher than that. Absolutely. Because what did Dr. Claude Anderson say? This idea that you're going to have a conversation that pushes black folk out the damn conversation altogether. No, we ain't going to have that. So Jesse Jackson appealed to a number of things, because let me explain something to y'all. You ain't got to like this next part. I don't give a damn. This is mathematics. Let me tell y'all something. If you want to get the bag, go to California and start standing up for white LGBT folks. And you gonna have millions come through. Damn! See, Jason Black is a little too good for that. I'm built a little bit too good to do nothing like that. But let's just keep it a $103. Dude, if you looking to get papered up, go to California and start getting bougie with the white LGBT folk out there all over Hollywood, all over Silicon Valley. Ain't that right, Jeffrey Epstein? All over corporate America. They got the bag, and they don't think nothing of throwing a few $1 million around. So if you got a nonprofit and you looking for one of them to drop a few million in the damn hat, just tell them, hey, I'm Jesse, keep hope alive for LGBT. Certainly, we can do something for LGBT folks. That's politicking, people. That's politicking. I did not say I endorse it. I did not say I support it. I'm saying I understand it. I understand what you doing. Oh, dude, you trying to get your nonprofit dollars up by appealing to the people who got it. Now, if he was a politician in elected office, you would be like, oh, well, that's what they do. He was not in elected office, so you didn't recognize it. I did, which is why I've never had a criticism of that part of it. I see what the hell you doing. You are not down with them people like that, but they got the bag. Okay, well, Jason Black is a little too squeamish to go over there with Kamala Harris. Y'all keep saying Obama. I mean, look, he went where the money was. And by the way, Barack Obama and Kamala Harris, They was willing to go all the way with it. You get somebody like Andrew Gillum. What? Okay, well, yeah. Y'all, what do y'all think Andrew Gillum was doing in that hotel room with them white men? He was trying to get some campaign contributions. Damn! I ain't lying. Okay, folks, let's just keep it a $103. What you think Andrew Gillum was trying to do in that hotel room with them white men? He was trying to get some funds. Hey, they ain't giving us nothing out here. These dudes got some meth and some money. Okay, well, let me hold my nose and see what I can get. Let me hold my nose and see what I can get broke off. Okay, you look at Kamala Harris. All right. You take a look at Barack Obama. All right. It's like, hey, them little gay dudes over there, they quiet as kept. They got a whole big bag over there. They got a big stash. It's like, okay, well, they don't think nothing to throw in it as long as you down with the LGBT thing. They like, hey, we'll make it. We don't just make it rain. We'll make it flood. For me, I'm too good to get them dollars. I'm a little too good to go after them dollars right there. So I can't do it. Andrew can. Obama can. Kamala can. A bunch of the others can. They ain't too good for that. They're not too good for it. Okay. Folks, Jesse Jackson was like, okay, them the LGBT folk, and as long as you cool with them, they'll put you on the tax return. Every year they gotta have a write-off. Okay, they throw the money around. Oh, let me send some dollars over here to Operation Push. Let me do that. Rainbow Coalition, let me throw a few bucks that way. That's what it is. That's what it is. I just recognize it for what it is. I'm not knocking that part of it. Okay, let me explain something to y'all. Do you all think I'm going to get mad at Jesse Jackson for setting up a nonprofit so white folk can give him money? Do you think that offends me?
Nigga, please.
I don't know where the hell some of y'all came from. Who in here thinks that I'm offended? Who in here is offended that Jesse Jackson set up a nonprofit to get money off white folk? Because my callers tonight were offended by that. I'm not offended by that. That doesn't bother me. So I guess I'm different from a lot of you folks. I don't know why that bothers you, because it doesn't bother me at all. You tell me one nonprofit that's got millions of dollars straight off black folk. Nigga, I'll wait. While you sitting here talking stupid, you show me one nonprofit that's bringing in tens of millions of dollars just off of black folk. Tell me, which one is that? Show me the multi-million-dollar nonprofit that gets its money just from black people. You show me where that's happening. Somebody in the chat room said the church. Okay. Well, you know what? Okay, I guess I got to give you that one. Okay, I guess I got to give you that one. Technically, they're nonprofits. Okay. I got to give you that one. All right. Other than the black church, other than Creflo Dollar and TD Jakes, other than them, besides them, so what the hell you talking about? Where you gonna get some big ass bag from just from black folk? That's where the big money is? No, the church done sucked all that up right there. You ain't gonna get no big bag off of black people like that. You gotta go where the money is. You going where the money is? That's where the white folk at. Jesse Jackson got a nonprofit to say, hey, y'all come drop them dollars on over here. I'll take care of that for you. And he stayed mobbed up with the Democrats. Well, yeah, that's going to get you in them circles. And everybody knows Jesse. So after a while, he becomes an institution. So that's it. What he's taking care of, folks just make their checks out at the end of the year so they can have their tax deductions. You grew up watching Jesse. It's like, oh, yeah, I love that there, brother. Up with hope, down with dope. I love you in the Wiz. I wasn't in the Wiz. Sorry. Car wash. So you expect me to get mad? I'm supposed to be mad at Jesse Jackson because the first caller talking about he set up nonprofits. So I'm supposed to be mad that he was hitting up white folk for the bag for his nonprofits. I'm supposed to be mad about that. I'm supposed to be angry on that. I got niggas in here mad that Jesse Jackson was passing the hat to these folk. You know they're wrong right there. Really? That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. I take a look at these things on balance. And on balance, this is what it is. I did not say he's a saint. I did not say that follow his example. I did not say he was flawless. I did not say I don't have issues with it. I got a bunch of issues with a bunch of things. But let's also be clear here. The folk who are speaking the loudest right now, this is just the immature internet juvenile delinquent crowd, don't really got a leg to stand on. Not really. Not really. So just ask yourselves a question, by the way, why didn't they mention, now that I put those things in their proper context, why is it the folks who called in earlier never said any of those things? Because that makes a big difference. That makes a huge difference right there. There's a reason for it. However, I know because I've actually had to get out here and make some things happen without a corporation or a job from a white corporation or a government agency. So when you got to do it on your own, yeah, it looks different. You're in constant fundraiser mode. You put together your nonprofits. Okay, well, now you're in constant fundraiser mode. So you got to stick around the Clintons. You know why? Because the bag follows the Clintons. So this is not about liking them. Y'all remember Jesse Jackson? He agreed. Jesse Jackson was criticizing Obama before a lot of the rest of us. Remember? What? Remember Jesse Jackson was sitting there when they had the microphones on, because of course they got your moments, talking about that Barack Obama talking bad about black folk and talking down to black men. I'm like, okay, exactly what we saying about Obama today. Jesse was saying that when Obama was running the first time, remember? I know because we covered it here. Jesse Jackson was saying the exact same thing that I was saying, that we say about Obama today. He was saying it then. He didn't say it after Obama got elected. He was saying it then. Okay, so what is your issue? What is your issue one more time? To Mr. Spaz, Jackass, and the others. By the way, you didn't mention any of that. Now, I just mentioned it. I was waiting for these other folk to call up tonight so I could go ahead and drop this on them and tell them, okay, explain to me what the issue is that you have with that. That's not representing us, because there was nobody speaking negative about Obama like that. Jesse let you know what the hell he really thought and why he really thought it. And he was right. Oh, yeah. He was correct. He was correct. Well, they refused to call in here tonight, so I guess it's going to be up to me to go ahead and take a look at that. So, all right, folks, try to keep it brief here unless I asked you to call in. If you did, then certainly we'll go ahead and talk about that. By the way, I could keep going here. I'm just going to go ahead and ease up for a minute. All right, let's go ahead and get Joe up here on Zoom. At least I think we're going to get Joe. Okay, Joe, I don't see you here. Let me give you 5 seconds. Make sure you all have your camera and microphones turned on. There you go, Joe. Unmute yourself, Joe. What's on your mind?
Brother Jason, a fire broadcast as usual. So, I don't know, did you address the whole Williams allegations already? Goes in, out. I'm actually on the road.
I wish Jesse Jackson had got you a push mobile. So Operation Push needs to be push mobile. So he's breaking up there. Go ahead and try it again, brother.
Am I okay? Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead, brother. We'll see if your connection holds for you.
How do I sound?
Okay, you are digitizing on us there, brother, so I'm not really sure where you're at there. I'll put you back on hold again here, but yeah, among other things right there, you know, Jesse Jackson had Operation Push. Right now we need Operation Push Mobile is what we need here. So if we can get Jesse Jackson to get us Operation Push Mobile. See if we can do that. All right, let me get somebody who I know his connection going to be damn good unless he's on the airplane right now. All right, brother Elijah, what's on your mind, brother?
Hey, brother, I'm gonna be brief. Good evening. D1 to you and the family. Hey, Jason. Before I ask my question, man, can I do a quick preface if it's okay?
Go
All right.
ahead,
When you was talking about Parkinson's, I got a confession, and I didn't really say nothing to anybody. My mother died September 7th, 2023, from pulmonary disease. But 4 months prior to
my
that,
condolences.
no, thank you so much, big brother. But it really, I deeply appreciate it. But it wasn't for that, but I was talking about when people was criticizing Jesse Jackson. My mother was diagnosed in a worse way. She was diagnosed in May, right after her 58th birthday, with Parkinson's, with dementia. That means
which a lot of folk don't know. Those often come hand in hand. But go ahead.
Yeah, my mother couldn't even move. She was basically drinking out of a straw. You had to feed her. She couldn't even move. So I understood. At least Jesse was somewhat cognitive. My mother couldn't. She was bedridden until her last breath. So at least that. And brother, thank you so much. Look, brother, Fire Broadcast, and I want to say this before I ask my question. You're one of a kind, brother, because you were the only person that officially got me to stop when I try to be a coon and criticize Richard Williams, and you G-checked me right on the spot like I needed to be G-checked. No matter our people's faults, you don't criticize them, because let's ask the question, what are you doing? What are your accomplishments? All right. And one thing I can give Jesse his credit for anything, if I can't say in my lifetime, he never criticized or demoralized Black people. He never did that.
No, he did not speak ill on his people. He was nothing like Barack Obama.
Right. He never did those things. So we got to give him. The only question is, now I have for you, our late great brother, Dr. Khalid. Why did Dr. Khalid say so many of those things? And Dr. Khalid was basically our last revolution.
Well, brother, here's my issue here. I'm not saying that they were wrong. I'm not saying that Minister Farrakhan was wrong. I'm not saying Brother Khalid was. I'm not saying that anybody who was critical of Jesse was wrong in what they're saying. I am not saying that. Not at all. So for the millionth time, I am not dismissing any of those things, nor am I saying that they were wrong. They were not wrong. They were not. Absolutely not. However, what I will do is remind you, you can judge a man by his enemies.
Yes, sir.
And you take a look. The same folk who talk trash about Minister Farrakhan, Brother Khalid, whoever you name it, the blackest of the black, they have the exact same negative things to say about Jesse Jackson too.
Yes, sir.
Now, if Jesse Jackson was not a threat, or if Jesse Jackson was not a problem, then please tell me why they speak about him the same way. Because if Jesse Jackson was cool people with them, they wouldn't be doing that.
Yes, sir.
They wouldn't be. Their issue with Jesse Jackson is the same as all these other icons we got. Now, I'm not putting Jesse at the top of that list at all. He's not going to be there. What I am saying is, by the way, if he's rotten to the core, why does Fox News hate him just as much as the folk we respect and revere? Why do they?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't fit. That does not fit if you're going to take this as, oh, he was against us or whatever. That doesn't fit, because otherwise they'd be perfectly fine with him. They'd be singing his praises over there. He'd be a powerful tool to use if that were actually the case. Once again, he was not a model citizen. I will say again, we can point to certain things, and we can certainly give him accolades in certain areas, which is why I've talked about some of these things tonight.
Yes, sir.
My criticism is not that Jesse was rotten to the core. My criticism is the same thing as I always say. We could have done better. We could have done better than this, Jesse. I'm not going to sit up here and water it down. Jesse, I'm not going to say you were all bad, but we could have done better than this.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm saying. When folks try to, that was that buffoonery Negroes used to do about Dr. King until the new black media set that straight.
Yes, you did.
Now,
Yes.
remember how folks talked about it before we came down? Now they talk differently. That's directly a result of our efforts.
Yes,
But
sir.
they were repeating all the government propaganda and all the Fox News talking points. He was a socialist and a communist and a womanizer. I'm like, okay, J. Edgar Hoover set that story up. And we had to work a long, hard time until finally we gave people rationales that defeated that. Where Jesse Jackson is concerned, the criticism for him is he could have done better. He
Yes,
could have
sir.
done better in that regard. Some of this stuff here, we could have seen a lot better. That's the issue that I have. Not that he was rotten to the core. He wasn't that. But yeah, dude, this you definitely underperformed. You absolutely underperformed. You sure did.
Brother, I wanna say something. You shut this whole thing down when you made that statement of Floyd Mayweather. He got more money than every brother in that picture combined, all right, today's dollar. And yeah, where's he at fighting for us when there's no bullets flying?
Show me the nonprofit.
I'll do better, big brother. Can you show me him speaking, saying something? I didn't even hear that. The closest I seen when he paid for George Floyd's funeral. Wow. You understand that? So that you shut that whole thing down. So and then people tend to forget we can make our criticisms, but respect the fact these men were still out there. They thought of the future of us so much. Hey, I'll do the best I can in this area to fight white supremacy, just so us who's coming up won't have to go through that same those painful battles against.
In the chat
white
room,
supremacy.
Naturk has said that Khalid Muhammad also had the credentials to criticize Jesse Jackson.
Yes, he did.
Khalid Muhammad had credentials to do that. Some jackass in my chat room, you ain't got no credentials to criticize that man. Khalid did. Farrakhan did. Farrakhan does. Yeah, they got credentials to do that. So from them, that comes different.
Yes, sir.
So they can talk a certain way. Okay, you got credentials for that. For anybody else here, it's like, dude, you're pretending you got Khalid's credentials and you don't.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And brother, listen, I'm riding with you 100% because, like I said, you are one of a kind. Because look, you can eat the meat and spit the bones out with anybody, brother. You understand that? All right. And you can point out the good and you can dare sure point out the bad without tearing somebody down. Like, hey, look, he made mistakes in this area. Look, I say sometimes Malcolm made some mistakes. Nobody's perfect.
Okay, but here's my thing. My thing is that when Negroes repeat government talking points, Fox News talking points, and performative outrage. When I hear a black person talking about Dr. King was a communist, what the hell does that even mean? And what is your issue with that? That performative outrage. That's what I got an issue for right there. You're going to have to show me what that is. Because to be outraged, I need to see something egregious. And all they could name was the same old garbage. Well, he said African-American. Well, actually, he didn't make that, but okay, go ahead and show your ignorance. Okay, and beyond that, when you ask them for specifics, well, these other folk misused it. Okay, then why are you not taking issue with how was that his fault? Well, he shouldn't have did. Okay, you're trying to salvage your debunked point. You've already been debunked about that, so now you're just trying to salvage it. So that's not what I'm doing here. That performative outrage and whatnot. Okay, if you got something legitimate, we'll immediately see it. If you don't, now you're going to start performing.
Yes, sir.
He didn't do anything that's worthy of that performative level where you sitting up here yelling and outraged and all this other stuff right there. Jesse didn't do anything. Jesse Jackson's heyday was the 1980s. That was Jesse Jackson at the height of his abilities.
Yes, sir.
He ran for president. He had a TV show. He had his nonprofits. Jesse Jackson was at the height of his abilities in the 1980s. These niggas on my phone tonight who called me up, most of them weren't even born yet.
Yes, sir.
Now you trying to tell me about what got hijacked for you and you weren't even born.
Big brother, I was born in 84. Okay, right when Jesse was running for president. I didn't know nothing, so who the hell am I to speak? All right, I had to find out everything after the fact. So I know exactly what you're saying and everything like that. And brother, look, just that's why I say, man, we thank God for a lot of us on the B1. We thank God for you, Professor Truth, Tariq, because listen, man, like y'all always taught us people who don't defend and protect their advocates will be a people
who
without
have no advocates.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. And that's what I'm saying. We go down the line right here. Every
Yes,
time
sir.
something happens, here come the spoiled mama's boys and mama's girls sitting up here, jumping up to say something provocative on the internet. No context, certainly no strategy involved. As black people, we need to be very reluctant. I take a look on Fox News, and as far as I'm concerned, they're giving me the list of people that I need to be very reluctant to speak against. If Fox News doesn't like you, we need to know who the real damn enemies are. Right. We have black folk we have very strong disagreements with, and then you have people who are enemies. Right. Candace Owens is an enemy.
Of course.
She is not somebody that we just strongly disagree with. Candace Owens is an adversary.
Yes, sir.
She is rotten.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Coleman Cruz is rotten.
Yes, sir.
Leo Terrell is rotten.
Yes, sir.
We don't just disagree with them. They are rotten to the core. Jesse Jackson was not rotten to the core. I have strong disagreements with things I saw, particularly missed opportunities. I have strong disagreements with that. Where you start getting performative is when you start putting on a bunch of damn extras and you start sitting up here disregarding things, and now you're talking like Fox News and not even realizing or noticing that you're talking just like them. That you should realize you're doing that, and that's supposed to actually dawn on you that, hey, something's going on here. What have I seen that does the same thing? Which is why tonight when I asked them for details, they just kept repeating themselves in circles. No specifics, no details, just, well, the African-American thing. And, he was hanging out in this neighborhood over here. And then this guy making up stuff about the Miami Stadium, which is why I had to check that in real time. And like, dude, this is what you got. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. You can judge a man by his enemies. You can judge a man by his enemies, and when you start getting performative, yeah, that's when it's like, okay, enough of that. And looking for significant people to die so you can seize upon that, so you can start performing. Jason, you defend Jesse Jackson. I am defending logic and reason. I am keeping things in its proper perspective. And you live in a society that any black person who has ever talked against white supremacy, they have joined and united in attacking them. Jesse Jackson did that. Even if he may not have kept the focus that we would have preferred, he did that. He needs to get his props and respect for that. He did that clean through the 90s. He did that clean to Barack Obama getting elected as president. Was he the ideal? Hell no. But somebody's grandchild sitting up here fresh off a cup of lean trying to lecture us about what Jesse Jackson should have been, or being all extreme and egregious about Jesse Jackson. Okay, there's a problem right there. Let me go ahead and see if we can get Eric here on Zoom for me right quick. Okay, where is Eric at? There you at. All right, Eric, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Hey, what's happening, brother? What's good, man?
All right, brother, what's on your mind?
Yeah, you told me to zoom in, man.
Okay, sir. I don't remember telling Eric to call in, so what was your name in the chat room, sir?
No, you asked me to zoom in.
Okay, sir, if I asked you to call in on Zoom.
Am I correct?
Okay, well, what's your name in the chat room, sir?
Yeah. Eric Kennedy.
Okay. Somebody's going to have to tell me, why did we tell Eric to call in? Okay, sir, if you were told to call in, you already know, so why were you told to call in?
No, I said that Jim Brown served this purpose but he wasn't down. That's what I said.
Okay, Jim Brown served his purpose, but he wasn't down. Okay, sir.
Right, that's what I said.
Okay, please explain to us how, by your standards and your judgment, Jim Brown was not down, but you are.
By my standards. That's interesting.
So I want you to explain to me, how is it that Jim Brown was not down, but you are?
But I am?
Yeah, because if you're going to say that Jim Brown wasn't down, then I have to assume that you are.
He wasn't down. He was a coon.
Okay.
He was a coon. Jesse was a coon.
Okay, explain to me how Jim Brown was a coon and you're not.
And that I'm not?
Yeah, I'd like to know how you have the ability to speak on Jim Brown. Explain to me how.
Well, I could criticize some of the things that he did.
Okay.
While he was here.
What is your standing to do that?
Well, I've done community activism.
Why is it nobody's ever heard of you?
Well, it doesn't matter if anybody heard of you.
Wow, okay, you're such an effective community activist that nobody ever heard of you.
Well, if you're down with the underground community or you're down with the grassroots community, then chances are you're not going to be heard of. People in New York City know of me. People in Brooklyn know of me. Now, as far as being well known on a national stage,
okay, I don't think New York knows you either. I've never heard of you.
Well, okay. Well, that's okay.
Who knows you in New York? What do they know about? Who tell me who prominently knows you in New York?
I ain't gonna get into all that, man.
Okay, brother. Okay, but you just said that you just said you moving around. You an activist, and folk in New York know you. I'm asking who in New York knows you.
I said back in the day. I said back in the day, sir.
Back in the day, so nobody knows. So in other words, nobody knows you. Back in the day, 1977, Fleetwood Brown with the hat with the feather in it. Okay, so all right, but nobody actually knows you.
Can I state my piece, my brother?
Okay. Well, if you're gonna be
Can I state my piece, my brother?
Okay, I'll go ahead. Keep talking.
No, Jim Brown has a track record of doing things that undermine the progress of Black struggle. First exhibit.
Did you say Ozempic?
No, I didn't say that. I said Jim Brown has a track record of undermining Black progress, Black struggle. That's what I said.
Okay, then you said something after that.
Right. Well, Exhibit A.
Oh, exhibit. Okay, I thought you said Ozempic, but go ahead.
Exhibit A. Okay, when John Carlos and Tommy Smith were in the Olympics and they raised their fists, Jim Brown spoke against that. Not only did he speak against that, but when Tommy Smith tried to sign, I think he represented Tommy Smith and then he dropped him. That was one thing. Right, okay, well, I'm just going into exhibit. No, exhibit A. That he betrayed Tommy Smith. He betrayed him. So you can invite Tommy Smith to your program, interview him, and I'm sure he can explain it.
Okay. So, have you spoken to Tommy Smith?
No, I don't have to speak to him. I read his
okay. Book. So you haven't spoken to him. Okay. So what you're giving us right now is hearsay. You don't actually know.
It's hearsay. He says it himself. That's not hearsay.
Okay.
Did you see the first Ali George Travolta fight?
Okay. We're going to get you a push mobile connection here as well. Sir, you're speaking on things you don't really know about in that regard because you don't know what their relationship, sir. You don't know what their relationship was, sir. You don't know what their relationship was, and sir, you're kind of making things up right now because if anybody Googles what you're talking, if anyone Googles what you're talking about, they're going to find different information here. But the bottom line is that even if, first of all, you're not even giving us a quotation. Give me the exact words that Jim Brown said about Tommy Smith. The exact words.
That he said? No,
Okay, you raised the issue. Tell me the exact words he said. I don't want to hearsay. I want to know exactly what it is you're saying so we know the context of it.
As a matter of fact, you know what you could do?
Matter of fact, you know what you can do.
You could Google Tommy Smith's book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making anything up.
Okay.
You could Google Tommy Smith's book.
Okay, do y'all see the caliber of the people who are trying to talk here tonight? I'm going to let this just speak for itself. Brother, how long you been running for politics in New York?
I've never ran for politics, sir.
Okay, how long have you lived in New York?
New York, basically all my life.
Okay, how long is that?
Well, all my life,
okay.
Basically.
Okay, was that 5 years?
Longer.
Okay, longer is not a number.
Longer. I mean, a long time.
Okay, because you look like you about 60 or 70.
Yeah, I'm about 60.
Okay, after 60.
I lived in New York all my life.
Okay, after 60 damn years, if you're going to criticize Jesse Jackson and Jim Brown, you need to have some work in New York that we can all see after 6 damn decades. You should have something. You should have something that we can see after 6 damn decades.
That's your spin. So we are going to resuscitate these guys.
I'm going to say this again. If you're going to talk about, if you're going to criticize their efforts and their results, I got to ask you, after 6 decades, what are your results? So I should be able to see some after six decades.
You're trying to spin the narrative, sir.
Sir, I'm asking simply about the credentials here. After 6 damn decades, where's your credentials to speak? I don't need
credentials. I have a voice.
So in other words, because you have an ass liquor to sling around, we should give you credibility to speak. That's all you need. And I'm being polite with that phrase that I'm using because there's another way of saying it. I'm going to spare you that one. But you're telling us because you have a tongue to lag around, that's all you need.
I have a right to speak back.
Okay. So far, you haven't found one. How long you been out of prison?
I've never been to prison.
I don't lie. Yeah. No, not true. Not true at all. Not true at all.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, your whole reality is a lie. How about that?
Okay. I'm not some failure sitting in New York pretending that I've done something.
Neither am I, brother.
Yes, you are. You told everybody that you're a boss activist and everybody in New York knows you right before you turned around and said, nobody in New York knows me.
Sir, I said that I've done activism back in the day. Are you familiar with United African Movement? Are you familiar with Automatics? Are you familiar with them? Are you familiar with Mackey's 3 out of Brooklyn?
Okay, what do you know about Alton Maddox?
Are you familiar with those?
Sir, what do you know? What do you know about Alton Maddox?
I know a lot about Alton Maddox.
I just asked you, what do you know about him, sir? You what?
What I know about him?
Yes, sir.
I stood with Automatics.
You what with him?
I stood with Automatics, sir, many times.
I don't know what that means. You stood with him.
I stood with Dr. Ben.
You stood with
Dr. Amos.
Okay, you stood with them and did what, sir? You stood with them where? At the bus stop? Where did you stand with them?
No. What I know about Automatics.
Where did you stand with Automatics? Where's the physical location you stood with him at?
No, we engaged in protests.
What did you protest with Automatics? I'm going to Google it right now. What did you protest with him? You're looking around all crazy. Second time. What did you protest with Automatics? I'm going to Google it right now.
I'm trying to remember the year. This is 1992, I believe. But he used to do speaking engagements at the play.
You're a lying ass. Get off my phone.
No, I'm not. Let me tell you.
Get off my phone!
Okay. That's how you debunk that. That didn't take 15 hours. That didn't take an interrogation. It took one question. Oh, you stood with attorney. You protested attorney Maddox. Oh, great. Tell me exactly where it is. And then I said, and I'm going to Google it right now. As soon as I said that, all of a sudden, he doesn't know anything. You talked about attorney Maddox. I talked to attorney Maddox. You talked about Alton Maddox. Well, I talked to Alton Maddox. So when you gonna tell me about where you been, I'm like, hey, you said the wrong damn name. You gonna start name dropping. That was the wrong name to drop, dude. He was doing good with them other names. As soon as he said attorney Maddox, you done said, you done messed up now, you know? You done messed up now, don't you? Yeah. You done messed up. Jason didn't talk about attorney Maddox. I talked to attorney Maddox. So, yeah, as soon as you start rolling out that lie right there, I'm like, okay. Yeah, there you go. Jason, you was abusing the elderly on this phone. Okay, well, give him the boots. Give him the boots. Y'all saw that right there. Go ahead. Tell me when it was. Dead silence on the phone. Silence. He's looking around starstruck, y'all. Y'all didn't see him over here. He was looking around at the stars, hoping that the Lord would send him some salvation. All right, let me go ahead and get Brother Shakir up here. I can imagine what we'll have here. All right, Brother Shakir, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. I didn't know Jesse Jackson personally, but listening to you tonight, is it a fair assessment to say that you saw through his act, yet for the most part, you enjoyed the show?
Well, it's just like, this is going to sound a little odd. It's like with everything else in American society. I understand it. I don't hate white people. I understand white society. I don't hate it. I did not hate Jesse Jackson. I was not going to spare a nickel about my criticism of it, but I understood it. I understood what was happening. I understood what it seems. That's what I saw in retrospect, in hindsight, and I understand it. So, like I say, he was not rotten to the core. My criticism of him was that more could have been done. I think he went very heavy on the side of, I think a lot of people at the civil rights era realized that the big issue that they had was they were underfunded, that they didn't really have a bunch of money, and that put them at a severe disadvantage, and they were right. How they went about addressing that and balancing it with handling white supremacy, that's where the errors got made. And I think that him and a bunch of others went very heavy off in that other side over there, to the point that we could no longer distinguish the difference between them and the Democrat Party. If I can just sum it up in a sentence, I think Jesse went so far over that side, I could no longer could distinguish between him and the Democrats he hung with. And I could no longer distinguish whether he was saying it from what I historically have seen, or whether he was saying this because they sent him out there for their interests, whether he was protecting our interests or whether he was protecting their interests. And I don't believe that, on balance, I don't really believe that he was more weighted towards them than us. What I'm saying is, dude, you're so out of balance, it's hard to tell sometimes. And it should never be that way. You don't want it that bad that we can't tell what side you're on anymore. So I know that was a long answer for you, but I want to be clear and precise in what I mean by it.
And one more thing, I am not qualified to criticize Minister Farrakhan, but I've heard and I've taken to heart many circles that say that they were critical of him with his treatment of Malcolm X.
Yes. I mean, look, and I've had my criticisms of Minister Farrakhan as well. However, what I am not going to do, and I'm not going to have anybody in my presence who is going to criticize that man's black credentials. Period. You're not going to criticize him. Dr. John Henry Clark, and we revere Dr. John Henry Clark here. He had criticisms about Minister Farrakhan. I mean, we among family here. We're going to just say it straight like it is. Yes, Dr. Clark talked about, the texture of your hair should be the texture of your eyebrows. It's okay. I'm not going to sit up here and play no games about that. I'm not playing no games about that at all. What I am saying, though, however, is I have that in one hand, and I've got the last 6 decades of that man's service to us in the other. I got Jim Brown going to go see Donald Trump in one hand, and I got this photograph I've been showing y'all here tonight in the other. And what you're not going to do is get me to ball up this photograph over here and say that doesn't matter because that picture cost him. Minister Farrakhan, born Louis Walcott, do you all understand that that man could have been a world-renowned musician, world-renowned violinist? Louis Farrakhan plays the violin and he plays it fantastically. Not good, he plays it fantastically. Do you realize that so many black folk out there decided to go another route? Look at Nina Simone. No disrespect to Nina Simone. There's a whole bunch of black folk who they saw sticking up for black folk don't make no money. Let me go get this bag. Louis Farrakhan could have been an internationally renowned musician. He could have been playing with philharmonics and orchestras around this globe, making outrageous amounts of money. He chose, and as a musician, you don't know how hard that is. That cost him. Do you know how many years it takes to learn to play a musical instrument with proficiency? He got that, and he gave that up for his people. So you can talk, I was about to say you can talk to me about Scientology. No, let me see what I actually think. You can kiss my ass talking to me about Minister Farrakhan and Scientology as a negative. I take a look at this man's life and what he gave up, what he sacrificed, and how he stood 10 toes down for us. Maybe there were some disappointments in there. Okay, I got that in one hand, and then you trying to bring me this other gossipy stuff in the other. Yeah, if you think that's going to outweigh it, you are mistaken, is what I would say to anybody in that regard. So I keep these things in balance.
And finally, you mentioned John Henry Clark. And one thing that he had in common with Nellie Fuller, Ron Karenga, and Claude Anderson, they're all FBAs. And I think for our community, if we just practice the tenets that those 4 gentlemen put forth, we'd be a lot better off than we are today. And I'll just leave you with that.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. And like I say, look, I rock with anybody who's on code. If you are on code, you are with me, period. If you on code, you down with me. You down with me. Well, by the way, same thing for Elijah Muhammad. Same thing for Elijah Muhammad. And remember, you want to talk about screw jobs. Remember, the FBI and the CIA and the New York Police Department all got together and were protecting the real killers of Malcolm X. Remember? Creating confusion specifically to cast suspicion on the Nation of Islam and say, they did it. And then Malcolm X's autobiography. Louis Farrakhan talked about that when he did his speech at Malcolm X College 25 years later. That's what they were saying. Real Ting this needs to be on Zoom. So you got 2 minutes to be on Zoom. Real Ting this. Thank you for asking that question. You need to be on Zoom. Folks, I need y'all to understand how many different ways they've been doing that. Dr. King, we're going to make all sorts of innuendos. We're going to spread rumors. The federal government, the New York government is great at spreading rumors. Oh, you know he was cheating on his wife, don't you? You know Malcolm X was gay, don't you? You know Elijah Muhammad, Nation of Islam killed Malcolm, don't you? And now we find out decades later that, oh no, the New York Police Department was working with the FBI. Why did it take decades to get any documentary stuff? Folks following Malcolm's real killers around in New York. Why did that take decades, people? Why? How was that going on for decades? And that wasn't the normal talk that we were having. That wasn't the common conversation we were having. We were having this other conversation about the Nation of Islam, and now they're admitting that, oh, that wasn't the case. Oh, well, then you were lying the whole time. And by the way, where was the New York Times to do that story? Where was the New York Post to do that story? You know, the CIA's favorite newspapers in New York. Where were they to do these stories, by the way? So you let these people craft the image of your icons, and next thing you know, at best, you have a jaded view, and at worst, you have contempt for them. And when I see you start talking in lines that run parallel to that, no. What is my position on Jesse Jackson? The same as I said to the rest of things. I am not saying he's a saint. I am not saying he's a role model. I'm not saying, we got to give all praises to Jesse. I didn't say that. I'm saying respect where respect is due. And I've got his works for us in one hand, and I've got his shortcomings in the other. When I got folk talking about, nope, it's all shortcomings, I'm not rolling with that. I'm not rolling with that at all. At all. Louis Farrakhan has not been all shortcomings. Brother Khalid Muhammad was not all accolades. That does not downplay his benefits. All right, we got Superpower Media here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, Jason, I appreciate what you're doing tonight, and it's well needed because a lot of us weren't even born. I was born, and these young folks don't realize what those men had to go through. See, we can get online and we can talk and we can say what we gonna do and here's what I would have done. Here's what I would have said. And but when you have a government like the United States of America put a target on your back, none of us know what that feels like. None of us would ever know what that feels like to have a superpower with a target on your back. Because you got to understand, when Martin Luther King got shot, JC was there. So think about that. A lot of us would have tapped out. After seeing that, we would have tapped out, went home, saying, you know what, I think I'm going to do something else. Because this is getting too serious. But with those men in those days, man, like Jim Brown, them and those guys, they stood on business, man, and they was built different. We have a lot of young people get online and talk a lot of, you know what, and can't back it up. A lot of people don't even come outside anymore. Those guys was outside dealing with the United States of America with all the resources, with all of the money, all of we talking about a giant swinging at you, and you taking a lot of us took L's, and that's what hurt Malcolm X, and I hated that it happened because when the government separated him from the nation, that's how they was able to assassinate him. And at the time,
they still do it today, which is the point that I'm making. Character assassination is the first step that the government uses. We have to separate you from the people emotionally, from the people socially, so that they won't rise up against us when we make our move on you. So we need to make our move on you, but if you're a hero to them, now you're a martyr. And we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. So we have to separate you from the people and give them a reason to no longer revere you, so that when we finally do come in and kill you, they're not going to jump up and say you're a martyr and then they rise up against us in your place. And that has been the playbook they've been using now for over a century.
And Jason, on this also, during the time, I think when Jesse Jackson was running his presidential campaign, during 84, 85, that's when they dropped the bomb on Move in Philadelphia. So think about that. The CIA dropped a bomb on a house that was filled, not with men, that house was filled with children and women. I think only one person made it out of that house. And at that time, man, I was watching it on television with my mom and parents, and I asked my mom, I said, why did they do that? And my mom said, because they the devil. She said, only the devil would do something like that. And they burned down. They just didn't burn down that house.
Block.
It was the whole block, man. A lot of people lost their homes on that block. They wouldn't even let the fire trucks come in and put the fire out. That's how dirty these people did these people. And this is 1985. So after J. Edgar Hoover died, that don't mean that COINTELPRO died. That just means they amped it up, and it's still around till this day. So when these young people, when you come online, when you come on talking about something, you need to understand that you would never know what it would feel like to have the federal government on your back at all times, anytime. I mean, to come outside, man, you would have to be just, you know how much stress that would. I mean, a lot of these guys scared to come outside and somebody call them out.
Oh, brother, I'm so glad you just said what you did. Y'all don't understand what Superpower Media just did right here. I'm so glad you said that, because that is for those of you who know your history, you know that is literally a psyop technique. Forcing paranoia. Why do you think they call it gaslighting? So what he just told y'all, brothers and sisters, that's actually a CIA technique. Make you paranoid. You can't trust the people around you. This was one of the techniques of COINTELPRO. Everybody's suspicious of each other. Remember, they had operatives who did little things, especially among the Panthers, do little things so that everyone has distrust of each other. The government these are tactics that the U.S. government has used against so-called communists in America, socialists in America, dissidents in America. These types of psyops follow you around, move things, come sneak in your house when you ain't there and move things, and then folk tell you you're crazy, get you to start questioning yourself, questioning reality. And remember, they did that with Dr. King. Remember, they were sending him like messages and stuff talking about you can just kill yourself. Remember? Y'all can go look that one up for you. They were sending Dr. King messages and stuff talking about, you can always just kill yourself. So yeah, they were trying to talk him into that. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one, folk. So when they started talking about things like MK Ultra and backward masking, for those of you who remember what backward masking was, they used every technique in the book to sit up here and get you to do yourself in and make it look like an accident. Make it look like, oh, it just happened. Oh, he lost his mind. Oh, he just went, he's been real crazy and paranoid lately. Yeah, they've been doing that. And then I got folks sitting up here just showed these Gen Zers just showed up and trying to tell us about what hasn't been occurring for the last 80 years. They're following you around. They putting tires on flat, bust out your taillight for you. You get pulled over. You don't even know what's going on. They're making you think your wife is cheating on you, making you think your husband's cheating on you. See if you can get into some mess that way. They're following you around. They're sending you messages here. We watching you. You're watching over your shoulder all the damn time. It's like, okay, now your nerves are shot. I got to go start seeing a therapist. I got to go start seeing a shrink. Oh, what do you know? They get a hold of him and now he's prescribing drugs for you. So they've been doing what you just said right there. That's not just him being hyperbolic, folk. These are literal techniques of the CIA and the FBI. They call it gaslighting for a reason. These are specific techniques that they have literally used for the purposes of unhinging you mentally. And then after that, just hope that something really bad happens to you. Your marriage falls apart. Your relationship with your kids go to hell. Well, yeah, paranoia is not hard to induce on somebody. Like now you don't want to leave the house because you're worried about what keeps happening to you. Yeah, like when you go to the damn airport and you keep getting yanked out of line. It's a good thing I'm not a heavy business traveler because that would be very difficult for me. Every time I go to the airport and then it's like, oh, you got bomb equipment here. Oh, we smell chemicals over here. Okay, come on. Do you have a weapon on you? Really? Every time that goes through there, man, that starts to do things to you if you have to stay in it. That's why so many of the revolutionaries left out of here and went to other places and whatnot. It's like, yeah, they were literally trying to gaslight you and make you go crazy. And for some of them, it worked. Some of the folk they targeted, it worked. When I take a look at Huey Newton, for example, I'm like, I'm not lost on that. Everybody was doing drugs. Okay, who brought them the drugs? The government. What was in it? Nobody ever asked that question. By the way, did they get the regular shipment of cocaine or did they get a special CIA batch that's cut with a little something different? LSD, PCP, And then next thing you know, he just went crazy. He was a dope fiend, right? He was a dope fiend. Dope fiends are just crazy. Like all the white folk who were doing cocaine in Studio 54? You mean like them? Because they weren't doing all that. Well, he's just bad cokehead. Are you sure what was in his coke? Stop asking questions. Okay. I'll let you have the last word.
These people would target your children, and what we don't know. We can't even imagine what they do to you. But just surface, on the backside of it. But I say this also that, when people criticize like Jim Brown, I've been, I'm the type person, say it to somebody's face, man. I mean, us men now are built different, that we like to get online, we like to talk crap, we like to say it to a person's face, because if you had to say it to Jim Brown's face back in the day, big as he was, tough, those guys was tough, man. They was built for this. All those guys you got on that picture right there, man, those guys were built for this, man. You got to be built for the revolution. You can't get online. We online. We can say anything online and hide our hands and hide behind a camera and hide behind the internet. But man, to go outside and stand on 10 toes down on some things, man, and have the government swinging at you with all of the resources. I mean, look at Saddam Hussein. Look at Bin Laden. Those guys, man, they was connected with the government before they turned on them. So
Always.
the government, man. So you just don't realize what they had to go up against, man. And that was men and women in those days. You had to be a strong individual to stand there and say, okay, I'm gonna take this abuse for the rest of my life. That's pretty much it's a target on your back for the rest of your life. I mean, we would never understand that, man.
I'm not going to have some nigga in his struggle sublet New York City trying to sit up here and lecture me about Jim Brown. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm not going for it. It's not going to occur.
That's like me today. Mike Tyson's alive, and you think I'm going to go up to Mike Tyson and talk crap to Mike Tyson to his face? Nope.
Well, like I say, Mike's got a different pedigree in that regard. Jim Brown has work behind him. He's got work behind him. So it's as simple as that. Look, we're in the internet era with dudes up here and people say all kinds of crazy things to get attention. Well, I'm just letting you know this is not going to be the place for it here, where these folks are concerned. And it's not about repping for Jesse Jackson or anything else. It is about the fact that we are not on code. When you start sounding like Fox News and talking like them under these circumstances, we do not have to sing Jesse Jackson's praises. No, we do not. But we also are not going to be performative and start becoming miniature Fox News listeners at the same time. That's what we're not going to do. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get Jasmine up here on Zoom for me here right quick. All right, Jasmine, what's on your mind?
Good evening. And thank you for letting me up here. I walked back in the house when I kind of heard, I guess, initial disrespect of, or what I would call disrespect of Jesse Jackson. I think it was the same guy who mentioned Jim Brown. It might have been before that, but either way, you said, and I don't remember your words verbatim, but basically along the lines of, it's not advantageous to us to disrespect those who actually advocated for us. We may not agree with everything that they were about or did, but it's still not advantageous to do that. And that, I guess the person, they were in New York or whatever. They tried to say they worked with Alton Maddox or somebody. Well, first of all, I actually met Jesse Jackson. My grandmother worked in Operation Push for years. We're originally from Chicago. And, well, really Mississippi, but, everybody's from Chicago's from Mississippi. But anyway, but yes, these same people have never worked in their community in a real way. They don't have any legwork to talk the junk that they talk. And they're speaking from a place of having the internet. Well, we've had the internet for 30 years now. They're speaking from a a different place in a different time. Whereas those in the civil rights era, they didn't have the access to the same books, the same knowledge and whatnot that we have now. So they only operated from the place that they knew to fight from. They may not have made all the right decisions, but what we can't do is take away from the fact that Jesse Jackson was for his people. Now, like most people, was he also for himself? Yeah. But was he for his people? 100%. And well, let me not say 100%, but most definitely. Even down to what he said about Obama and the whole hot mic thing, he wasn't wrong. you know. So the disrespect that I've seen of Jesse Jackson over the last week or so has been unnerving. I haven't said anything, but I've seen it across Facebook, and like you said, people from Gen Z, even people from my generation. I'm a millennial. I don't like it, and it to me it stems from a place of ignorance, and I'm actually a historian. So,
well, here's my thing here, sister.
Go ahead.
For anybody, like when you talk about Facebook, if you got somebody on Facebook trying to criticize Jesse Jackson, especially if they black, I got one damn question for them. What the hell was your mama and daddy doing back in March of 1969? What? Damn! Exactly. By the way, if Jesse is unreliable, what were they doing in March of 1969? What were they doing in November 1980 election? November 1984 at the election? What was your mom and dad doing? If Jesse is disreputable and whatnot, and he's just completely dishonorable, okay, what were your folks doing? Exactly. So that we can see the truth, so we can see an example of what we should be doing here. Let's see what Jesse should have been doing. Exactly. Since that's going to be the case. And if they wasn't doing nothing, so are they worthless and coons too? Or is it just him?
Thank you. And I have no problem calling them, the people who speak against them, worthless coons, because my grandma, you can look my grandma up right now. She's in a documentary about Emmett Till because J.W. Milam admitted to my great grandfather what he did to Emmett Till, because my family is from that part of Mississippi. Like, and I can't even, it just really irks me the amount of disrespect that I see from a lot of these people online. People get on these microphones, they don't have any knowledge, any background. They take little snippets of history. They don't read. No one reads anymore. No one does any actual research. And they get up here and they discredit those who have actually advocated for us. And they think they're doing something for B1 and all this, that, and third, but they're actually hurting us more than they're helping us. That's just my opinion on it.
Well, I mean, look, the bottom line is that we have generations here that have been raised and there are no actual accomplishments. They've never been held to it. So it's very easy for them to just talk and talk because they're not actually required to accomplish anything. However, when you got folk who are actually required to accomplish something, that means something. If Jesse Jackson's nonprofits were fraudulent, they would have had him in jail. Let's be clear about that. If his nonprofits, because he started Operation Breadbasket like back in the 60s. So when you talk about the Panthers and whatnot and feeding the free lunch programs they did, that's what these folk were doing back then. He wasn't mobbed up with no Democratic Party. Exactly. There wasn't nothing to give anything. You got that from the soil, you got that from the roots, and that was specifically for serving the people. If those things were fraudulent, they would have had him in handcuffs. They would have been arrested him. They would have already done that.
Exactly. It would have been all over the news. It would have been in our history books. It's something that we would have known.
I mean, they went, for anybody who doubts that, they went and grabbed Marcus Garvey. Damn! They went and grabbed Marcus Garvey, didn't they, folks? That didn't stop them from going to go get him. So if Jesse Jackson was doing anything he shouldn't have been done, if Dr. King was doing something he shouldn't have been doing, they were arresting Dr. King every other damn week. The FBI was all over him. J. Edgar Hoover, he knows if you're cheating, but he doesn't know if you scamming money out of folk. So
thank you.
J. Edgar Hoover don't know that. He knows that you're allegedly cheating. Allegedly, he knows this. Never proves it, but allegedly he knows that. But he doesn't know if you misusing funds or anything, if you're doing something financially. He doesn't know if there's a crime being committed.
Right.
We got Al Capone. Right. We got Marcus Garvey. But yeah, just can't seem to get nothing on Jesse and them over there. They're just too slick. Really?
Exactly.
No, exactly. If they had something on him, if they would be riding dirty, they would have been got him. They would, because you know them folk all over your damn books. They would have been got them. And you know niggas gonna snitch. So, I mean, if there was something to get you on, somebody would have done it. They would have done that.
Great
so
point,
that
brother.
This is what I mean by the extras. That's what I mean by that. I got folk talking like that was what was going on. Telling me about a fictional stadium in Miami. Okay, the stadium's real, yeah, but what he talking about happened there is phony. So that's that performative thing I'm talking about. That right there. No. Don't do that. Jesse has some shortcomings, but that ain't it right there. What you doing? That was not it. Mm-hmm. Now, what is it in you that's inspiring you to exaggerate to these extremes like this? Whose energy are you channeling? Because you're not channeling the actual historical events. I feel like you're channeling somebody's energy. Whose energy exactly gave you this impression that you're running with? Because you sound like Fox News. And I'm like, this energy's real funny style.
I agree. One of my favorite quotes is, "Without what was, nothing is." And the simple fact is, a lot of these people who are espousing all these, just nonsense all over the internet, they don't read. They don't know what came before them. They don't know whose shoulders they stand on, none of that, but they have so much to say. And they want to discredit those who really put their heart into fighting for their people. And it's just really unnerving. It really is. So I really do appreciate you continuing to educate the people. And I really do hope that people take these talks and not just listen to them and let it go into one ear and out the other, but they actually look up books. They actually, read articles and really get into some things. I mean, one of my favorite articles of all time is an article by James Sweet, Iberian Roots of American Racist Thought. I would recommend anyone reading that and go from there for sure.
Thank you very much for giving us a call, nice sister. I asked for Coders, the leader, to give me a call up on Zoom. I ain't going to roast you. I just want to address the question that you asked. So don't get scared. It's not a roasting thing, but I do want to address the question that you asked because I think it's a good question. I like to put it in its proper context. So give me a holler. Let me go ahead and see if we can talk to Kirk here right quick. Let me see if we can get Kirk on the line for me here right quick. Where you at, Kirk? Okay, I don't see Kirk here, so I'll give Kirk a few moments here and see if we can get him on here. Kirk, I can give you 5 more seconds, and then I got to move on, Kirk. All right, Kirk, I can give you 3 more seconds here, and then I got to move on, Kirk. All right, there you go, Kirk. All right, what's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, great broadcast as always. I just wanted to add a quick anecdote from my college days. One of my professors was in SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He used to sit in meetings with Martin Luther King, and they used to all openly talk about what they were going to do when Martin Luther King was assassinated. Not if he was going to be killed, what were they going to do when he got killed? So, like, when I think of Jesse Jackson, Stokely Carmichael, the civil rights icons of that era, I mean, that's the seriousness of what they were dealing with back then. And that one picture that you shared with all the athletes, they had very serious looks on their faces. They probably had some very serious conversations of that nature before getting in front of the camera. So, it's easy to sit back and critique, the strategies of that era. They didn't do everything well, but you can't question their bravery. And someone like Jesse Jackson, witnessing Martin Luther King getting killed, and for him still going on the front lines and probably sitting in those meetings about himself, what would happen if he got killed or when. I have a lot of respect for that brother. That's all I wanted to say. Be one.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Okay, before anybody starts trying to nitpick about those things, like I said, I don't think Jesse was there that day. He was there before Dr. King got killed. So he was at Lorraine before he got killed. And like I say, for folks sitting up here trying to disparage him about, Jesse wasn't there when Dr. King got shot and this, that, and the other. It's like, okay, what is your point? You sound like the FBI at that point because it's about casting aspersions on everybody. What is your point here? They were blowing up churches and every damn thing else. It wasn't like Jesse Jackson was nobody's headliner name when Dr. King got killed. Jesse Jackson was on nobody's radar. He wasn't anybody's big spokesperson. That comes later. So before anybody tries to go down those rabbit holes there, it's like, spare yourselves here. Let's not do that. All right. I don't know where in the world Code as the leader went. I think I got Brian here on Zoom. Okay, Brian, where you at? Okay, Brian, I don't see you there. I don't see you, Brian. Okay, there you go, Brian. All right, what's on your mind, Brian?
What did you take issue with? I said, who are you to be the arbiter of who could be critical? That's all I said.
Okay, sir, I'm giving you an opportunity to explain to me exactly what that means, sir.
Who are you? You said let your betters be critical. Explain.
Okay, if you're going to criticize somebody, you criticize your better. You can criticize your equals. You can't criticize your betters. In the words of Dr. John Henry Clark, I only debate my equals, all others I teach. So if you're going to criticize somebody, it needs to be somebody on your level.
I didn't even say anything critical. I said, who made you the arbiter of who could be critical?
You called into my program, sir.
Okay, you want to play these games?
No, sir, that's not a game. That's mathematics.
My man.
Okay, sir, how long have you been out of prison?
About 6 years.
Okay. What did you go in for?
Possession with intent to deliver.
Okay. Did you actually?
How's that relevant to anything we're talking about?
Did you actually deliver it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I'm pretty sure right there.
Prolifically.
Okay, I'm about to say you look like you're from Florida. Am I right?
No, I'm from North Philadelphia.
Where are your people from originally?
Excuse me?
Where are your people from originally?
North Philadelphia. Don't let the light skin fool you.
No, I'm looking at the hair, not just light skin, sir.
Black people are capable of having a good grade of hair, sir.
So you think your grade of hair is, quote, good? You got
why
hair,
did you comment on it?
You got hair like Jason.
Why did it elicit comment from you?
Because most black people don't have hair like Jason Momoa.
Most black people. Well, most black moderators show their face.
Okay, sir. I can show my ass.
But you want me to show my face, but you don't show your face. The leader of the black intelligence.
Sir,
leader.
You're showing your ignorance right now. So your face isn't the problem. Your ignorance is.
Okay. But that was the whole point. My hair.
Now you're deflecting about your hair, sir. That was the reason
you brought it up. You made it an issue.
That's a legitimate question.
Had nothing had nothing about what we're talking about. Who makes you the arbiter? Well, how does my hair have anything with you?
Because if I'm
telling people not to be critical.
Because if I'm talking to a Dominican who wants
like you're privy to some information that we're not.
If I'm talking to a Dominican who wants to interrogate me about Jesse Jackson.
You talking to a real nigga. You talking to all nigga.
Okay. Well,
how about that?
You look rather Dominican.
All right. Instead of dropping these, why don't we drop Addies and we can figure it out face to face.
Are you telling me that nobody's ever said you look Dominican?
No, they say that all the time, sir. All Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban.
All right, so I'm not talking out of class here.
But why is this relevant?
Because if a Dominican is going to question me about Jesse Jackson, I just feel it's necessary.
I'm not questioning you about, even if I was Dominican, I'm not questioning you about Jesse Jackson. I'm questioning you about you being the arbiter of who could be critical.
Right, and I'm just saying.
You're dodging that question.
If a Dominican wants to interrogate me about whether or not
so now I'm Dominican. So now you're Haitian. Jason Black.
If a Dominican wants to question me about
how the Haitian running,
if a Dominican wants to question me about if I'm the arbiter of these things, that's important. That's relevant.
All right, bro.
So that's the only reason I brought it up. I'm not saying. By the way, I'm not saying you are.
You're a very performative guy. And this probably works on a certain subsection of your.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that. By the way, that was the reason I asked the question.
I dig it.
Okay, so I'm not abusing you or anything. I'm just saying that's the reason I asked the question.
I'm a wild Dominican just calling in the.
Okay, well, I've had that before.
But you never addressed why you blocked me, sir. I said, what makes you the arbiter of who can be critical? And it was a legit question.
Okay, sir, I'll say this here again. You called into my program.
Okay.
So show me where anything that I said was factually incorrect or wrong.
You are the arbiter of. We can't be critical of anyone, is what you're saying?
Okay.
No one can be critical of Jesse Jackson.
I've been critical of Jesse Jackson tonight, sir. What are you talking about? Put the meth down.
The meth.
Whatever you're smoking on that thing.
Yo, bro.
Put that down, whatever that is. Whatever you smoking over there, because you're smoking it. I can see it right now. So whatever it is. I'm not smoking the same thing.
A Newport 100.
It might be laced with something else there to get the
It could be. It could be.
I criticized Jesse Jackson tonight, sir. I criticized him.
It's
tonight.
not very manly to the talk disrespectfully.
Sir,
we can't figure it out.
I criticized.
You get me?
I criticized.
We can't figure this out manually. Let's keep it
sir,
cordial,
I criticized
right?
Jesse Jackson tonight.
Let's keep it cordial.
Okay, sir, calm down. Just I know
Let's
it's
keep it cordial, Jason.
I know you lit, and Trump's tariffs got the bad fentanyl coming up here, and I understand. So I'm being very understanding.
Bro, you don't want to get into like
I'm
a
being
verbal.
very
Like
understanding.
you're not even cut like that.
Okay,
come on, Jason.
Sir, back on topic here. The whole point here.
They
is
didn't teach you that at LSU, did they, Jason?
No, sir, they didn't teach that at LSU. No.
Okay.
I criticized Jesse Jackson tonight. So.
And you had that right. And you have that right.
Okay, so
That's
I didn't say
just
that,
like anyone and your callers has that right.
Well, I didn't say that nobody could. That was one.
Now you could tell them that they shouldn't based on whether
sir,
they're researched or well read on the subject, but you can't tell them that they can't because they're better.
No,
That's
sir.
all I'm saying.
No,
nobody's better.
Sir, people who put in more work than you and accomplish more than you,
How would you?
better.
And you know this how? By seeing my face? You don't know what work anyone's put in. Like we don't know what work you put in.
Okay, sir.
What are your list of accolades? What have you done for the black community but make a fucking YouTube video out your mom's basement?
I'm very glad.
And you're persuading them.
Sir.
You know what? Jesse Jackson and Martin Luther King and them, they were being criticized.
Brother, what the hell is that?
Out there.
What the hell is that you're holding?
To be criticized.
Is that a little socket wrench you're holding? What are you swinging in front of the camera? What is that?
What you mean?
You're swinging something from the camera.
You keep deflecting, Jason, and you're not even good at it because you're not even that sharp.
Okay, I thought there was a little socket wrench you were holding. And I'm just like, why is he shaking a socket wrench at me? This is uncivil. Okay, sir, I'll be glad. I'll be glad to.
You corny as shit. Where you from,
sir? I'll be glad.
Where you from? You talk about that. Where you from,
sir?
Shit.
I'll be glad to. I'll be glad to answer your questions that you asked. Now that you asked those questions,
North Philadelphia and ask these questions.
Okay, from North Philadelphia, born and raised. I understand. You just took that from the song and off you go.
You sound Google it.
Most of them in the
Erie and Allegheny. Okay. Google it.
Most of them in the
dickhead.
But in any case, here I want to answer your question.
You wouldn't come outside.
Come outside,
Jason Black. That's what you wouldn't do.
But
talking like that.
But sir, you're in Philadelphia. I would literally have to come 1,200 miles to go outside.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so
out here we deal with things manually, though. We ain't, you know what I mean?
Okay, sir, no.
All this feminine.
Sir, you look like you weigh about $103. So please stop doing that, please.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
I'm off you, bro.
The drugs have done a number on you. It really has. I would like to answer your question that you asked, though.
Why don't you eat a dick with AIDS on it?
Okay, well,
do that.
Before we send you back to
let's start talking like that.
Okay,
faggot.
Before we send you back to the methadone.
Bitch ass nigga, shut up.
Before we send you back to the methadone.
Bitch ass nigga.
Before you go back to the methadone clip.
Bitch ass nigga.
Would you like me to address your questions?
How much money you make off this platform?
Okay, sir.
You got a good little hustle going.
Okay, sir. We don't make any money on YouTube. If I wanted to make money on YouTube, I would write dope rhymes or have OnlyFans models on here, or start.
You probably couldn't
do the Candace Owens thing and start
anything that anybody would listen to. Jason Black.
I would do the Hodge twins thing.
How come you don't show your face though? Okay. The Hodge twins show their face.
Sir, I've gotten
show their face.
Sir, I've gotten a lot more done in life.
They show their face.
I've gotten more done in life than your face will ever do.
They show their face though, dog.
I show my work.
You in your basement and assuading them with what's that picture you used with the boy with the beret, like Huey Newton or something?
Okay, the meth is very good in Philadelphia this week.
Yo,
the meth
is good in Philadelphia.
Yes, the meth is very good.
You ever been to Philly, bro?
Weekend. I've been to Philadelphia several times, sir. Yes. King of Prussia, Italian Market.
You was at the mall?
Germantown.
Okay, G-Town.
Yes, sir. I've been to Philadelphia several times.
But you never answered my question. Through all the insults, you never told me what made you the arbiter of who could be critical.
Okay, well, first you asked me about my work, and then you're saying, well, who may be the arbiter of it? Sir, I'll say this again. I have been critical tonight here as well. Who makes me the arbiter of being critical? I'm not the arbiter of being critical. When people are making those critiques, my job is to illuminate to folks on what basis they're making those critiques to see if they're valid.
Okay.
Now, when I start asking basic questions about, by the way, on what basis are you making these criticisms and making, and for the case of Jesse Jackson with folk making insults, on what basis are you making those insults? On what basis are you doing that? Now, that's a legitimate thing to clarify, because that goes to the heart of whether or not their criticisms are legitimate. Folks just talking out of their bodily orifices and making up things as they go along, half information, or as I've pointed out and exposed with several callers tonight, just making things up. Yeah, that's not legitimate to speak. No, it isn't. This fella's making up lies about an NFL stadium, and a quick Google search proved that's not true. This other fella making up lies.
Well, that's what it is. It's not an opinion. That's a lie. It's a fabrication. It's not
okay. Well, I'm not the arbiter of who can critique. No, I'm here to be the arbiter of who's lying.
You answered my question. No, we went through all that for you to say that.
No, sir. We went through all of that because you wanted to go off on a tangent in the first place.
I was on no tangent. You started talking about my hair, Jason Momoa, all this nut shit.
Well, sir, you were insulting me when I got on the phone. And by the way, did you notice? But did you notice I haven't roasted you? I haven't yelled at you. I haven't called you out your name. I haven't drugged you. Have you noticed I've kept the same tone of voice this entire time? Did you notice that?
You're a model of temperance.
Okay, well, I would like to think I'm a model of civility when I can be here, but yes, that's the reason there, sir. So you gave us a call in. If my mods have blocked you, whatever, I want them to unblock you.
You gave me an answer. That's all I asked.
Okay, well,
and you actually gave me a good answer.
Okay,
that's all I asked. All that was unnecessary. You gave me an answer.
Okay, stop, because the chat room's still moving. What was your name in the chat room?
Excuse me?
What was your name in the chat room, just in case they blocked you, so I can make sure they unblock you, just in case they did. I'm not sure.
You can keep me blocked, unblocked. You answer my question, sir. I'm not here to be.
No, sir. I'm not here to be.
I appreciate.
I'm not here to be unjust either.
I appreciate what you do.
Okay,
well,
slow down. I'm not here to be unjust either. If they did that, I want them to undo it. I just want to make sure we have the right one. So if we got the right one, I'm not gonna leave you like that.
No, generally, I don't have nothing to say. I like to listen. I like to learn. Because you do teach.
And you should continue to be able to do so. I'll probably
say
frat
means when you said let your betters that bothered me, bro. It just bothered me. And you clarified. So there's nothing else to say.
Well, there are betters. I mean, there are levels in this world. There are people who
absolutely. But who are you? All I was saying was that's a dangerous thing for someone to be the judge of that, right?
We judge things all the time, sir.
There are people out here who do have ideas that are well read and well researched.
Okay, you don't think that there are people that you're better than?
Actually, I do, sir. Actually, I do.
Right.
I'll leave on that note.
Right. We do that all the time. All right, my mods, go ahead and unblock him there, please. I'm trying to get him to help me here. He's not helping me very much. Coffee is a hell of a drug. All right. But, yeah. Jason, you didn't do the black Ayatollah thing. I don't have to do that right there. He was doing it all for me there. So, folks, please just keep it civil. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I have not been deciding about who can critique and who cannot. However, I am going to be the arbiter of who is being honest and who is being not, and who's making up things and regurgitating garbage that they picked up on Fox News or whatever else Elon Musk puts through on Twitter. It is my job to be the arbiter of that. After all, I am the anchor man of the new black media. I am the anchor man of the new black media. So, with that being the case, that's what I do there. Please don't call up throwing insults, because then I feel like you're trolling. Once I feel like you're trolling, it's like, okay, don't do that. And please don't make threats, because then I get scared. I get very scared when people make threats. Then I'm like, okay, who is this making threats at me? So don't do that, because I'm a very, very fearful person in that regard. You make threats and I just start worrying. I have full-size SUVs. It's very hard for me to see people out the back of it if I turn around. So watching over my shoulder is very difficult because there's a lot of vehicle behind me. So please don't make me paranoid, because I can't see very well when I look over my shoulder. There's just too much going on around me. Too many views are blocked. So I know in the internet age, people are used to the idea that they just give out opinions and that things do not matter. They say things and it shouldn't matter there. And what happens is that we have a great big landfill of thoughts and words that just fill up. That's what ends up happening. And this is how your history gets buried. When people are able to say any old garbage that comes into their heads, this is how your history gets buried. This is how the facts of what has occurred to you get buried. And ultimately, they bury it so that it can be ignored. They bury it so you can get ignored. That's the thing that they're looking for there. That's very, very important. That's very important. I want us to make sure that you all are clear about these things because we have been on, remember, folks were talking the exact same way about Dr. King. And I am not putting Jesse Jackson on Dr. King's level there at all. No, I'm not. I do want you to understand one thing. There are folk who do deserve that. I don't know where Code as the leader is. I mean, I think he was on Zoom for a moment. Now he ain't. Code as the leader. Where you at? He was here. I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to ban you nothing, brother. Holla at me. Because I don't want to just say these things because people may have a different idea after I say it. So I don't want to just say stuff. I try to get people on the phone here and things. So if I say this, maybe they'll follow up and all of y'all will hear something. Ooh, Jason, all right. At no time did I say Jason Jackson's a hero or anything like that. That's not the case. Okay, is this Joe calling me up again? Joe, if you got the smoke out your damn apartment, I'll go ahead and let you talk. But if you still dealing with that smoky situation, if you're still dealing with that, it's not going to work for us, brother. It's not going to work. So, okay, Joe. Oh, there you go. All right. That signal might be good now.
Mobile.
All
I got
right.
my push mobile upgrade.
He got this Operation Push Mobile, y'all.
I'm in here.
Okay, I can hear him right now. He's getting up there calling me up. I thought I heard somebody dialing me. All right, that's Joe's Push Mobile calling me up right now. All right, what's on your mind, brother?
So, all the agent talk about our brother Jesse Jackson, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's gonna come from everywhere. What is your take on what someone mentioned it in the chat as well? The Hosea Williams thing that he said about the day of MLK Jr.'s assassination and what the allegations against Mr. Jackson.
Once again, why is Jesse Jackson useful for anything? If you're going to put that on him, tell me what was the effect of it?
All right.
That would be the whole thing that somebody would have to answer. On the whole of it, how effective was he? Black folk had already left the streets by this time. We had after the 1960s, we did not have a major uprising until 1991. No, to the LA riots. We didn't have a major uprising until the early 1990s. So it's not like Jesse Jackson was keeping folk out the streets. It wasn't like that occurred. So when people try to do that, if Jesse Jackson had not run for president, these folks would not be talking about him today. And furthermore, running for president, what did that do? I mean, let's just be honest. On the whole, what did that do? What is it that you're afraid of would happen? Because that's about as big as it gets. The Democrats weren't happy to have him there. So what exactly was it that he was doing that you were afraid of or that you thought added up to that? That's where I'm at with it.
What about distractions and confusions? The debate about Black, Afro-American, and African-American.
But there wasn't a debate.
There are allegations about Zbigniew Brzezinski, him being the security advisor, but him advising that.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back to Zbigniew Brzezinski, but about the only thing I've heard anybody mention. The only accusation I've heard anybody leverage is they're holding a grudge about the African-American thing. They're holding a grudge about that. And I'm saying, okay, what's the point? Well, there was a debate about it. Brother, I was there. I'm pretty sure I'm a bit older than you are. Wasn't no debate. There were not these heavy debates about, wait a minute now, we got to start calling ourselves African American. That never happened. As a matter of fact, we've been calling ourselves black the whole time. African American has always been a secondary one. That was never part of some government agenda, i.e. that, hey, black folk, we need to call ourselves African American so we can do something else. You see what I mean? There was no debate about that, brother. I was there. Nobody was debating about that, and there was that was holding us up from something. That was the census came out, and there was nobody saying, wait now, we gotta call ourselves African American. That never happened.
But we still took that, we still took that on, and now we have this confusion with the minorities, the other minorities, and the newcomers to the country. I mean, the tethers. Now, I don't want to say tethers, but the buffer class, right? That all that confusion that we have with reparations and stuff now, like everybody's African American.
Brother, I already addressed that. The immigrants are not the problem. The reason we have delineation, brother, is because the immigrants do not identify as African American. So once again, people are fabricating a reality to substantiate arguments with things that never occurred. The whole delineation movement is because they keep separating themselves. So if they did call themselves African Americans, we wouldn't have the delineation movement now. We have it specifically because what you just said, no, that never occurred. The opposite has been what's occurring.
All right. Well, them using it to go to college.
But brother, but they're not. They're not going to college and calling themselves African Americans. Show me where they're doing that. They're getting benefits as immigrants and refugees, not as phony FBAs. And furthermore, if that was available to them, it would be available to us also. The benefits they're getting are not benefits that are for FBAs or African Americans. That's why they keep distinguishing themselves, because the government makes a distinction. Oh, you're an immigrant? Okay, we have something for you because we don't give nothing to the niggas. Well, yeah, that's why they all want to identify as something other than us, because that's where the goodies are, because we don't get anything. So when you say that they're going to college and identifying as us, to get what?
Well, I meant before, what Lyndon Baines Johnson did with the affirmative action, and then African American, they should choose African American, and they get the college benefits that was supposed to be outlined for quote unquote African Americans.
Okay, but what's that got to do with Jesse Jackson?
Him bringing the African American terminology onto us.
Okay, but you literally just said that originated with Lyndon Baines Johnson. Or at least you saying that was being used by Lyndon Baines Johnson. So that was way before Jesse Jackson, brother. I'm lost.
No, the affirmative action was put in place. That was the Lyndon Baines Johnson brought that. But Jesse Jackson saying that we're African Americans, we should use that terminology.
Okay, well, there's a whole bunch of folks here who had reasons for that. Because, for example, when Jesse Jackson was running around with Dr. King, we were called colored.
Right.
So the first thing they wanted to do was shift out of that. Now, that was the only time that there may have been a discussion about, okay, we're not going to be colored anymore. What do we call ourselves? Because we're not going to let the society call us colored anymore. So there was a brief thing about that. But in reality, black was always the designation. Some people felt like that was a problem because, well, where did that originate from? So they really wanted something that we had made. And I can understand that because that's how we ended up with the nomenclature we have today with FBA and Freedmen. So yes, that's understandable. What it didn't do, though, was create confusion that folds in a bunch of immigrants. Remember, we don't have the immigrant problem really blow up on us. The doors opened in the 60s, but we really didn't have the issue blow up on us here until we get to the 90s.
True.
By definition, remember with the Somalians, they all started getting brought in at that time and stuff like that. You had a trickle of folk from Haiti coming in, but they drowned them out really with the Cubans. So all these things you're talking about really come way after that. It's not concurrent with it, and it's not conjoined to it. And once again, the people you're referring to, none of them ever identified as African Americans. Case in point, the Somalians in Minnesota. I played it for you. They never identified as African American. They have literally gone out of their way to insulting proportions not to do so. Now they're twisting in the wind, but even right now, they're not trying to identify as African American right now. They need help, but they're not saying identify as African American. The Haitians down in Florida, the Haitians in Ohio, they're getting bounced out the country as we speak. None of them are saying, wait, you can't do that. I African American. Nobody's trying to use these mechanisms that you say are there, brother. So
you're right.
Theoretically, I can understand you're saying that, but in practice, nobody's using that because it's not there. If they were, they would be using it. So that's a button that works. I can't even say there's a button that works for us, but these are not buttons that exist for them. So if you have a grievance with it, you're having a grievance over semantics. But those semantics never materialized into physical policy. And I have a lot of folks here tonight making the inferences or outright trying to make the claim that at some point, African American translated into actual policy with tangible benefits. Affirmative action. You mean the affirmative action program that benefits all the white women? What? You mean that? You're talking about that affirmative action program, or is there another one that I don't know about?
No, not that integration. No.
Okay, the affirmative action program that benefits white women. Yeah, the number one beneficiaries of it. So the immigrants really need to identify as white women. Okay, what everybody knows is that if you want benefits, you don't identify as us because we don't get any.
Okay, one last thing. So yeah, he pulled some games so he can get the bread for the Rainbow Coalition and those other things. We can't knock him for that. But what about using MLK Jr.'s death to advance into what he wanted to do? Because saying that, like Martin Luther King wanted him to lead us to the mountaintop, and after that, at the assassination, and then also the bloody shirt. He kept the bloody shirt for past the time, like the next day, caught a flight the next day to go give a speech and wear the bloody shirt, like capitalizing on saying that he held Martin Luther King Jr.'s head while he was there dying. And that wasn't true. Well, like I said, Hosea Williams said that wasn't true. He used that to advance to his status that he made it to.
Yeah, I mean, I already covered about where Jesse Jackson was at the actual time where Dr. King got shot. So he was certainly there before Dr. King got shot, but when he got shot and after, I've already covered about that one right there to that extent. So, however, let me go ahead and address what you just said there. I'm not ducking or dodging any of that. Let me address that head on and give you all proper historical context on this. So you have a very well-known leader, nationally recognized or recognized nationally as a leader of something. He also has a certain number of lieutenants around him. Something happens to the leader, he is killed and taken out, and now you have all these lieutenants around him. What's the first thing that happens, brother? The first thing that's going to happen is they're all going to start arguing over who is the heir to his legacy. Mm-hmm. Have we seen this before? Yeah. Jason Wynn, Jesus Christ, when he was killed, what immediately happened? Peter, Paul, we can go down. Before he got killed, if you'll remember what the Bible say. They were at the table while the man is sitting there talking to them, arguing over who will be anointed. Hey, wait a minute now. If you about to get took out in this garden over here, who gonna take over? Well, I think I should. I followed him the longest. I should. I'm the most well-read. Neither one of you should be. I am the bravest. And I don't think that really comes from a place of hate. It is that, well, I think I'm the best one. Brother, you watch sports. I'm sure you do. If the coach gets fired, what happens? All the offensive coordinators think they should be the coach now. Well, I'm the smartest. Well, I put together the play. I'm the quarterback coach. That's when the Prophet Muhammad died. Why do we have the Sunni and the Shia today? Immediately after he died, you think Islam was immune? Nope. Where they started fighting over who will be the anointed, to the point that they have war between the biggest proponents, the Iranians and the Saudis, Fighting to this day, Sunni and Shia, they at each other's throats to this day. I'm talking about dead bodies and blood over who is the anointed. Not because they were being insincere. They were sincere. Hey, I am the best representative for Muhammad. I mean, you cool and everything, but you the newcomers here. You the freshman. I'm the valedictorian. I've been stomping these streets out here, dude. I'm the best person for this. No, you're not. You're arrogant and egotistical. I best represent the intentions of the prophet. Brother, who's right? Who's wrong?
So I just
we can keep going. Whoa, brother, I'm gonna keep giving y'all the business. Hold on a second. Jason, you were Jesus and Muhammad. We didn't think you were gonna go here, Jason. Oh no, but this has happened throughout history. George Washington. Yikes. Go take a look at what happened after he died. Go take a look at any political party. Go take a look at the Teamsters after Jimmy Hoffa disappeared. They've never been the same since. Nation of Islam. You want me to keep going? When Elijah Muhammad died, there was not consensus about Louis Farrakhan. As a matter of fact, remember, that's the whole rift that formed because they wanted his son, Wallace Muhammad. Remember? So Louis Farrakhan is actually an insurgent. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all didn't want to. I'm not supposed to go there. I'm not supposed to tell y'all that. I'm not supposed to say that after Elijah Muhammad died, Nation of Islam, Louis Farrakhan was like, yeah, his son ain't solid. He's not, Wallace ain't really solid, y'all. Wallace is not really the real representative of the beliefs and practices of his father. I am. His second in command. I am. Even though Elijah Muhammad made it clear he wanted his son to take this thing over. Nobody talks about Wallace anymore. Man, we ain't talked about Wallace in decades, bro. So I can show you example after example throughout history where the leader has died and among the lieutenants, they begin, hey, I'm the anointed. I am the best representative. And what I'm telling you is that you can say he's running around with the bloody shirt. What I'm saying is that, I'm saying that from his perspective, he's showing his commitment because people do not respond to words. They respond to images. Mm-hmm. So everybody else got their talk. Jesse got the shirt. I got Dr. King's blood right here in this church with y'all. I am the anointed. I ain't bringing you words. I brought the man's shirt he got killed in. I'm the anointed. Now, you can say, hey, this is a little tasteless. You might be a little queasy about that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying is when it comes to seizing leadership, that's the way that goes. And it's been that way throughout history.
Machiavelli-ish tactics, but this is a different program.
Brother, that's history right there. What you just said, Machiavelli, yeah. And by the way, why did he write The Prince? He wrote The Prince because he got exiled. Because he didn't play the game of power because there were things he was unwilling to do. And that ultimately got him exiled. He wrote that book because it started to dawn on him. Some of this stuff I've been queasy about, this is the way the game is played. It's not about what you are comfortable with. So, brother, I'm not arguing with anything you said or said it was wrong. I'm just saying that you and me have never been in a situation where somebody got killed in front of you and we have to decide who's going to take over this thing. And that's literally what happened. You usually only see that with kings and monarchs. Well, that happened here with Dr. King also. Because the March on Washington, brother, all those people are going to want to know what happens next. So we let the movement die? No. All of them were like, this is too important. No, this is not going to die here. And now they're like, okay, well, I'm the best person to do it. And you may not be happy with it. He might not be the one you want to follow. Fair. Very fair. That's the way that game is played, brother. Take a look at Turning Point USA right now. We can go down this list, brother. If a president gets killed, whatever, Democrat Party, they didn't want LBJ. Turning Point USA, brother, that's the way this is always going to be. If somebody gets killed, whoever the lieutenants are, it's going to be a fight right then, right there about who's going to take over. That's the way that's always been.
Indeed.
Thank you very much for getting this call tonight. I mean, y'all, look, I mean, it's not pretty. That's the sausage being made, y'all. It ain't pretty, but this is hardly limited to Jesse Jackson. Hardly. You don't want me to sit here and, oh, well, I just went through history to show you, excuse me, most of your major religions were founded that way. Most of your major religions were founded that way. Not by the men who started it, because most of your religions are only alive today because of the people who took over after them. Remember, the Apostle Paul talked to way more people than Yahweh, Jesus Christ, ever did. Do I need to remind you of the mathematics? Remember, Jesus Christ's ministry was only 3.5 years. His ministry was only 3.5 years. The Apostle Paul talked to way more people. Peter talked to way more people. For those of you who did not know, these religions survive today because of the heirs. When they got a hold of it, they said, okay, we got to run with it because they out here killing folk. So when you say, what Jesse over there doing? It's like, well, yeah, that happened. It sure did. Yeah, because he's like, hey, I'm the best person to run this. You can't trust Ralph Abernathy and them over here. And by the way, I don't know, folks, when you take a look at some of the other people. By the way, when we take a look at some of the other alternatives, I'm not going to say Jesse was 100% right, but by the way, did y'all take a look at some of the other alternatives? Who else was there? Who were the other options? Okay. All right, we got Brother Adrian here on the line with us here. Brother Adrian, what's on your mind?
Yes, I'm cold. So I had brought up John Lewis. And I had mentioned him because the woman prior, she was saying tonight, about 3 calls ago, not to be, we've been talking about not being critical of these people. And John Lewis, I've been on the channel for a long time, and you've been really critical of him. And anytime that I bring that criticism out to older people, I kind of get that same conversation where it's like, you won't have to deal with the stuff that he did for you and fought for you and stuff like that. So I guess there's not really a place for people in our age to really come at these people with a lot of criticism because of what they did.
Yeah, I mean, but I want you to call up because of the thing that you said there about John Lewis, because I want to put that in its proper context also. John Lewis was an elected official. Now, this is different. Jesse Jackson was an aspiring politician to the extent that he was. John Lewis actually got elected. Now, that's no longer social belief, social positions. We are now in the realm of policy. You see what I'm saying? Now, that's different. Now you're actually advocating for laws. You're actually advocating or blocking laws where the laws are actually made. You're not some activist on a street corner somewhere or leading a march anymore. Now you are inside the apparatus. You are in it. That's a world of difference. You're now casting votes. Forget about having an opinion. You can have an opinion about LGBT or whatever. That's a whole different thing when you start casting votes to put LGBT's interests over ours. That's a light years of difference between the consequences of that. John Lewis was in office. He had direct access. He had abilities you and me don't have. He can filibuster. Jesse Jackson can't do nothing but wave this damn placard outside the Capitol building. John Lewis could filibuster, and he did for illegals. John Lewis can tell the party, hey, look, this damn omnibus bill ain't going through if y'all don't put something in here for us. I'm not going for it. I don't answer to you. I answer to the people. John Lewis never did that. While we were doing videos about him, while he's crying for the illegals. Now we talking about policy now. We ain't talking about aspirations. Dr. King aspired to something. Jesse Jackson aspired to something. John Lewis was there with them. I was on Pepper Bridge. Okay, well, he was with Dr. King and them, and he got into office. Now, that was betrayal. He got into office, and all of a sudden, dude, if you there now, you watch them men give their lives, and you ain't willing to tell the Democrat Party, I'm not voting for a damn thing. I will hold this damn thing up. I will give the vote to the Republicans. You are not going to freeze us out. You're not going to do it. I don't give a damn what the midterm election looked like. I watch folk die over here. You are not going to put through, I didn't come all this way so I can help you put through laws that don't do nothing for us and prioritize everybody over us. So this isn't showing up at an LGBT rally for a weekend. This is, I'm every year, all year, every year, all the time, every damn time, promoting put people's damn interests in law. In law. Not a position or a platform. You're making laws, man. You collaborating with them folk on laws. At this point, I might have speculated that you wasn't solid like that. Now you've proven it in the most horrifying way possible. Now you've proven that, oh boy, you're all the way against what we doing. Yeah, no wonder Jesse said, hand me that bloody shirt. Y'all don't know what the hell John Lewis over here talking about. Yeah, hand me that bloody shirt there. I can't let John lead this thing. Y'all don't know this little mushmouth nigga over here? Yeah, no, not him. No, give me that shirt. Yeah, Dr. King, I'm the anointed. Yeah, it makes more sense now, don't it? Now that in hindsight, when you take a look at all the other vultures who are around Dr. King, by the way, and how they turned out. So I want you to call up because I want to address, well, what's the difference between Jesse Jackson and John Lewis getting elected, serving in Congress, creating policy, which is what we were looking for. We wanted more black folk in Congress. Okay, now you're supposed to be an advocate for us. He was in office and he didn't advocate for us.
Yeah.
He was in office and he didn't derail anything for us. He did plenty of advocating for others. That's a gigantic difference. Huge difference. That he got elected. And he stayed elected. And he was solid. His seat was not in any trouble. Good twubber or bad twubber. Brother, he could have flipped on them and he's safe. He was going to get reelected no matter what. He was going to get reelected no matter what. He was solid. Now, you watching these MAGA Republicans do that mess all the time. They messing with Trump. They messing with Biden. They doing anything they can do to you and me. Well, yeah, brother. And if they got a safe seat, they don't do nothing but give us hell. You know that?
Yeah.
Tommy Tuberville, that's a white supremacist through and through. He's staying 10 toes down for it because he knows his seat is safe. He's like, okay, I got a safe white supremacist seat. I'm giving you niggas the business. All day, every day. I don't give a damn what they say in the news about me. Okay, I'm showing them today. Okay, how are we going to hurt these niggas today? That's all he does. Okay, where's ours? He'll hold up the damn financing bills, hold up the annual budget, mess up the damn programs. Okay, let's end this DEI thing. Okay, well, where's our representative doing that? Where's our guy to do that? Well, Dr. King never got elected. You killed him. Jesse Jackson never got elected. The party went against him. John Lewis got in there. Even if you don't make nothing happen, John, I should see where you've been. Hey, I made a stand. Okay, I got steamrolled, but I made a stand. I'm not asking you to win. I'm asking you to fight. I'm not asking you to win. I'm asking you to fight. I need to see that this is worth something. You want me to keep voting? Okay, I didn't say you have to win every battle, but you have to fight everyone. Why else did we send you? Now, in Jesse Jackson's case, if he had got elected and the same thing would happen, this would be a different conversation. There's a difference between somebody on the outside and somebody who's making policy. And if folk don't recognize that difference, they just lost. There's a world of difference between the dude who making policy and a fellow who has to have a march because the government won't listen. There's a difference between the fellow who has a march because the government won't listen and a fellow who is now a part of the government because he got elected. He's part of the government now. Okay, he doesn't run the whole damn thing. Okay, but you're part of it. So what are you doing with your piece? I got a small piece of it. What are you doing with your piece of it? Well, I got to go along until I get in a better place. So how'd that work out? He went from the cradle to the damn grave and didn't move nothing. Got video of him fighting for illegals. That's what we got. So that is the difference between John Lewis and Dr. King. And that's why I wanted you to call up for us here. Because I wanted to articulate to people before they get in that, okay, well, Jason, what's the difference there? Because you wouldn't give John Lewis an inch. No, I wouldn't. He was an elected official who was casting votes with the white supremacist government. He was an elected official doing that. He was not some street dude who you saying some wacky stuff. He was creating policies against us. Policies. Legal policies. Not social, I don't like this statement, or, ooh, that's not a good look because he's over there with LGBT. No, you're making laws, dude. You're making laws. So, no.
Can I ask a question before you drop me off? It's like, so even with what you're saying, and I respect it because that makes a bunch of sense. So with John Lewis going into the government, but most of our movements have been made outside of government. And I could be wrong about this, but we didn't vote to get voting rights. We didn't vote to get civil rights. So I would say, I guess it's more important to be critical of the people that's in the grassroots that may be traitors or turncoats, because our movements actually stem from outside of the government, and we create change through that.
Well, brother, they work hand in hand, because the real thing is agitation. Okay. Remember, agitation is a means to an end. It's not a means unto itself. So you agitate to get these policies because the other methods weren't working. We didn't take to the streets because we were bored. We took to the streets because you were not listening to us at the ballot box. So let us try something different and see if we can get you to start honoring this ballot box. Okay, they start slowly honoring it there, and then next thing you know, okay, we got some politicians in there. Okay, that's good and wonderful, but it does us no good if the politician's not listening. So ultimately, your agitation ultimately is not going to be of any effect if it doesn't result in a change in policy. You're not agitating for nothing. You're not agitating for spontaneous combustion. You're agitating to change policies. Only you're doing it in an extra political way. That is outside political. We're not doing this at the ballot box. Yeah, that wasn't working. So we still want political change. We're trying a different tactic. And we'll see if you'll listen to that. But don't be deceived about that. Agitation's goal is a change in policy. Now, at the risk of offending YouTube, in Bolshevik Russia, what? They agitated over there too. They took using different tactics to a whole nother level over there. Some folks dream about that here. It's going to be a little more challenging here because this government is ready for you. Yeah, the royal family wasn't ready for the Bolsheviks, but the most heavily armed military on the planet is ready for you, just in case you think you're going to try the same thing. So it's, brother, communist China. They was agitating too, but Chairman Mao said, I got a different idea how this is going to go. So, get that emperor over here. Yeah, you ain't listening to the ballot box neither. I'm shooting you in the ballot box. So, and like I say, I'm not advocating that necessarily here, but what I am saying is that agitation's goal is a change in policy. Agitation's goal is not just we agitate and then things spontaneously, just folks just start spontaneously acting different. No, agitation's goal is to get the government to change its position. In case nobody ever explained it to y'all.
Roger that. Appreciate it. Be one.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Yeah, y'all, we're not just agitating for nothing. Agitation's goal is not just to agitate and make noise. You're making noise because your goal is a change in government policy. is a change in government policy. Because ultimately, that is the change in society. If you don't have the government back your play, you have... Okay, the only way that you can get society to do what you want it to do without the government backing your play is if you are the majority in that society. If the people who feel the same way as you have the same position, have the same conviction, you all have the same idea, well, you don't need... The government doesn't have to back your play if you're the majority. Case in point, prohibition in America. I mean, the government had the policy, but the people were ignoring it. So if the people are ignoring it and whatnot, if you got the majority, then the government not backing you, it's like, But if you're not the majority, you really need to... If you're going to make these things stick, if you're going to make these changes stick, if you're not the majority, you need to get that government endorsement. Let me go ahead and see if we can get Huey up here on Zoom for me here now. Let me see if we can go ahead and do that. Okay, we got Huey up here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Not much, Jason. Wonderful broadcast as always. Jesse was very phenomenal what he did, especially when he's going outside trying to get troops back to the United States. Because, like, people don't understand when you do negotiations in regarding with prisoners of war, that's not very easy, brother. And the fact that he was successful at it, him and other people from our lineage, that proves that, hey, you know what? To me, when I look at that, I see black folk like saying like he like represents us in regards to those areas. Was he perfect? No, he wasn't perfect.
Well, let me address that right quick, brother, because that was not symbolic. Let me say it again. That was not symbolic. Let me put that in a context in which I think it'll make a different impression on all of you. Imagine, if you will, that was not Jesse Jackson who talked to Saddam Hussein and got those people released. Imagine that was Malcolm X. What? Imagine that is Malcolm X speaking to another world leader. And that world leader releases those people because he talked to Malcolm. What would the U.S. government say after that? What would the national white media say after that? What would they say about that? Would they just say, hey, Malcolm X got these folk released? What would they say? Is that what they would say? Or would they say something a little different? That's too much power for one man, especially somebody who is supposed to be our subordinate. That's too much power for one man to have. You're not elected. You're not even approved by us. Who are you to go over our heads and demonstrate that you have superior ability to us? Who are you? They would not see that as a good thing. They would see that as a threat to their power. Remember, we learned this in communist China. The reason that atheism is the law of the land in communist China is a simple reason that nobody gets the idea in their heads that there's anything more powerful than the state. That's the whole point of it. Requiring you to be atheist in China really just comes down to nobody should think that they're more powerful than the state. The state can do things you simply cannot do. And we don't ever want you getting in your head that you're anywhere near being our peer. So when you've got a black person who's able to diplomatically move and get things done that are usually only left to government, this isn't a former president, because former presidents still got that government imprimatur. This is Jesse Jackson. So if you saw Malcolm do it, you would immediately recognize that for what it was. Because the government sure would. They would recognize, wait a minute. I said that so I can segue to another thing here. They don't want black people talking to world leaders independent. They don't want us circumventing the government and talking to world leaders ourselves. Case in point, Louis Farrakhan. What? Oh, yeah, I got to remind y'all here tonight. The ADHD Gen Zers and whatnot, and they don't remember this. Louis Farrakhan was talking to Gaddafi. Now, nothing ultimately came of that, but primarily because the State Department made it very, very clear if something comes that right there, indictments, here we go. But when Louis Farrakhan was talking to Gaddafi, that was not symbolic. That was just not, hey, look at the optics of it. Wait a minute. You got a black man on American soil directly negotiating with other governments. Now, it's one thing when the white CEOs do it. Oh, Jeff Bezos can do that. Elon Musk and Warren Buffett can do that. We're not supposed to do that. Ever. That's not symbolic, brother. That's action. Over here on American soil, they might have some reason to go there with you. What reason does Saddam Hussein have to do that? He's not an American politician. He doesn't benefit politically from that. They were dropping bombs on him. So why would he go along with that? That only happens if he genuinely respects you. Fidel Castro, Malcolm X, that only happens because he genuinely respects you. And when this government sees that you are a black person that despite their greatest efforts and most sincere efforts to oppress you, you've been able to gain that level of status and prestige without them? Whoa, we don't want folks seeing this. We damn sure don't want your children seeing it and getting the idea that you can gain power outside of the government. Without the government's help, without its assistance, as a matter of fact, you can make nice with their enemies. And you can amass power on your terms. Yeah, we don't want you believing in God. Nobody's bigger than the state. We don't want you making international moves without our permission. No one's bigger than the game. No one's bigger than the program. Damn sure not y'all niggas. So I want you to know when you talk about that with Jesse Jackson, put that in its real context. This is a man in the middle of a war making moves that the president of the United States could not make. Yeah, do you want this to start becoming commonplace? Because you're doing this during a war because it's a crisis. What if you start doing this during peacetime? You know, like Farrakhan did. Now, what if you start making these international moves during peacetime? You won't be negotiating for hostages. You'll be negotiating for power, wealth, and influence.
Yeah, 100%, Jason. I agree. That's why when I brought that up, that's what basically came into my mind when I started seeing him.
But you know, he learned that from Malcolm.
Yeah.
Remember, Malcolm was the first one who really did that. Malcolm was the first one who had an international, legalistic, we're going to go to the UN and put the American government on trial for war crimes. That was Malcolm's genius. You want to talk about bureaucratic and legal genius? That was Malcolm's. Malcolm was the one saying, hey, we need to directly reach out to world leaders here and get them directly communicating with us. Yeah, but Malcolm was the only one who had the status and prestige to make that happen. Jesse Jackson took that page out of Malcolm's book. And it worked. So the real issue today is not that Jesse Jackson did it there, because the real thing is, okay, let's just say that Jesse Jackson was completely disreputable and that was just bogus or whatever, and it doesn't really matter. Okay, fine. They're not worried about that, but they worry about the next one. Okay, the last time it was Jesse. Next time it may be somebody that black folk don't really argue about like that. He's considered more solid among the group.
That's a lot to think about, Jason. I can't even say anything for words because that would be so life changing.
Last time it was Jesse Jackson. Next time it could be Huey Freeman.
Yeah,
that's what they're worried about. They're not worried about the first one. They're worried that the first one starts giving ideas to the next one. Malcolm gave ideas to Jesse. They're worried that Jesse will give ideas to you. And not just you, to you and 4 others.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'll let you have the last word.
like I said, Jesse might not be perfect, but when people who don't have our backgrounds try to cast aspersions on our brother, to me, it's like y'all wish y'all had a Jesse of your own in your own country, not just in Haiti, but probably in China, probably in Europe, because he was that influential. All of our leaders were at that time period, regardless of whatever rumor or aspersion that they have of them, but they were that good, influential throughout the whole nation. And I believe that's why a lot of people don't like us, because we're the source, we're the power, Jason, that can just end anything if we within our grasp, if we put our minds to it.
I agree, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, folks, there are levels to this. There are levels to this. For those of you who want to have real facts about these things and have a real explanation about it, by the way, I haven't ducked a single question about that. Not a single question. So for the folks who called me up and wanted to ask me about that, some of these other things folks are thinking about, yeah, I'll go ahead and address that. I'll go right ahead and address that. Not an issue. Okay, in the chat room, Long Shot NY. During the 2014 Ferguson uprising, did Jesse Jackson appear on the news urging youth to go home and do basically nothing? Just a question. I don't remember anything like that occurring. However, I will tell you, even if he did, it wouldn't matter, because by the time we get to Mike Brown and Trayvon Martin, by the time we get there, brother, ain't nobody looking for the clergy for leadership anymore. So what would be his standing to do that? By the time we get to that era, brother, the clergy is out the game. So even if by the time we get there, the clergy doesn't have the power to get us out of the streets or to get us into it. They couldn't mobilize us to the streets, and they can't get us out of it. So whether he did or whether he didn't, I don't remember if he did or if he didn't. I do know that it didn't change anything, because it couldn't. We made it very clear at that point. A few pastors did try to show up. Al Sharpton, I think, tried to say something. Hey, we ain't listening to none of y'all. You all have no pull here. You got no stroke here. We're not listening to any of you. This is not the moment for the clergy to come on out. We're not looking for you. Ain't nobody calling for you. So even if he had, there wasn't anybody looking to listen. It wasn't happening. So it's the end of an era, as all eras do. Is a historical perspective here. Every year that goes by here, fewer of the people who marched with King and Malcolm and whatnot, y'all, we got fewer and fewer of them. We're not here to revere all of them, because ultimately this is not about them. This is about us. This is about us. And I want you to think twice before you just blindly accept a government or white media narrative and you run with it. I want you to think twice before you just reflexively start condemning folk on that level there. I want you to think twice about that. I did not say you have to worship them. I did not say you had to think they were great. I've spent several times tonight saying I didn't say anything even close to that. And I'm not saying it now. But I am saying that put their accomplishments and their achievements in one hand, and then you put their negative characteristics or maybe their failures in the other. Don't be silly or goofy and do the internet thing where you just go for the most extreme thing you can jump on because you want attention. Put their accomplishments in one hand. Put their shortcomings in another. Because nobody's perfect. So put their shortcomings in one hand. Nobody's perfect. put their accomplishments in the other. We are not a people who have had it easy. We don't have institutions, because if we had institutions, they would have picked who took over after Dr. King, because they all would have rallied around him. But they spent this 20th century deporting, demoralizing, breaking up, sabotaging to make sure that didn't occur. So we've really been doing this organically. Never forget that. Could Jesse Jackson have done better? Absolutely. My whole criticism of him was that more and better could have been done. Make no mistake about it. He could have done more. He could have done better. Absolutely. And we are people who need all the better that we can get. Absolutely. But was he the worst that we've seen? No. He wasn't that either. And if we don't keep those kind of things in their proper perspective, if we allow the perfect to become the enemy of anything, having anything at all, that becomes a problem. Because here's the real issue, folks. You can't name anybody that all of us agree on and say, okay, they're solid. You can't name anyone that somebody's not going to jump up and say, oh, he ain't right. Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Farrakhan, you name them. Jesse Jackson, he lived. He did his bit for us to the extent that he did. He wanted to put us on the map. He certainly helped with that. He wanted to shake things up. He certainly helped with that. He was determined to have us on the national stage and to have our issues spoken about nationally. He called out white supremacy, racism. He made some examples that are worth following. There are some things in there that are worth following. There are things in there that have their merits. He had a lot to teach us, even if he was teaching us what not to do. He taught us through his accomplishments. He also taught us through his shortcomings. He's teaching you what not to do. And that's not all a bad thing either. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank all of you who contribute to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to FBA Queen. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that. To my man, Mr. Richburg. Thank you very much as well here, brothers. Soldier Boy D, Thoughts of a Wildflower, Soapbox TV, Grind Time, Brother Grind Time in the house. Thank you very much, brother. We appreciate that here as well. Rita G. Badenhand. Hope I got that correct. Thank you very much for your support here tonight here too. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend, holidays, some days in between. Click that subscribe button and that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you have not been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, check out our groundbreaking bestselling documentary work. Blackchannelfilms.com, definitely go ahead and do that. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you all for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, to all of my brothers and all of my sisters from around the world, remember that black is the future. And the future, you are somebody.